Okay, welcome to the San Mateo Coastside Design Review Committee meeting. Today is Thursday, September 12th, 2024, and it is now 12:38 p.m. This hearing consists of 3 projects and is being audio recorded. So for better recording quality and the orderliness of the meeting, please put your phones on silent, avoid side conversations in the audience, and wait for my prompt before you speak on any matters. There are 2 opportunities for the public to speak, including a public comment period for matters not on the agenda, and a separate public comment session for each project on the agenda. Please review the agenda to identify which item you wish to speak on and the time of that item. And for the fairness and orderliness of this meeting, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less, and you'll be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. A reminder, this is a formal public meeting, so please be respectful of all speakers. So the Design Review Committee's decision for items 1, 2, and 3 today, if any, will be in the form of a recommendation regarding project compliance and not in the final decision on the project, the decision of which will take place at a later date. And the CDRC does not review matters related to zoning standards, local coastal policies, or the general plan, and will only review projects based on the design review guidelines and standards. So for example, concerns regarding a possible impact on the environment or parking compliance would not be addressed in this meeting. Again, the CDRC only reviews the design and architectural aspect of projects based on the design review guidelines and standards. So with that, we'll move on to roll call. So first, Mark Stegmeyer. Here. John Steedman. Not present. Julia Martinez. Not present. April Bingham. Not present. Moshe Porter.
Here.
Mark Ding.
Here.
And James Bennington.
Yeah.
And next we will move on to changes made to the agenda regarding letters of decisions.
Okay, actually that's my item. I just wanted to give this CDRC a heads up that there's usually appeal kind of like template language on the I'm gonna say the back part of the agenda where additional information is, decisions and appeals. We did change the language in bold because we've changed the way that we start and end our appeal periods. Instead of from the meeting decision date, it's actually gonna now be from the letter decision date.
So there's more time.
There's more.
Or likely more.
There's more time.
More
I
understanding.
mean, I would say it's a later approval date, and it's fairer in a sense and more transparent because I don't know if I'm sure you guys know that after your decision, there is a letter that reflects the findings that you made, but there's also a bunch of conditions of approval that get attached to it. So people have more information to decide whether to appeal or not to appeal, and then they have more time from the decision date, because we would, in the previous way we used to do it, we used to rush the decision letter out because the clock was already running, and then it would actually give less time from when the letter came out, because so many days have already run for an appellant to decide whether they're going to appeal or not. And now, you know, they have full information, but already like partway through the process. So anyway, that's a little change that we wanted to make you aware of. And it does not apply obviously to recommendations, because it's what, you know, it's not a decision, it's just a recommendation. So only decisions by the CDRC are subject to that appeal process.
So as a client or any appealing neighbor or anything like that, we'll get it after the process, letter comes out, but nobody gets that process letter except for the yeah.
We typically copy the CDRC members on the letter of decision. It's usually the applicant, the property owner, anyone who spoke, and the CDRC members that voted, the voting members.
Oh, okay, people that spoke.
Yeah, so they should all get it either by mail or email.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, this one.
and we're shooting for the Monday after the hearing, if we're getting the letter out. So hopefully we'll.
Is the money staying the same?
The cost.
So that's anything.
Okay, anything else on this item, Camille? Okay. So we can move on then to chairperson's report. And I can pull that up from the last,
I think I just barely got one out like an hour ago. Anyway, all right.
Yeah.
The Coastside, hi, Mark Stegmeyer. The Coastside Design Review Committee, CDRC, is appointed by the Board of Supervisors to ensure that new development is compatible with the physical settings and of the site and visual character of the neighborhood, and provide a platform for neighborhood residents to communicate their concerns. The committees of Montero, Moss Beach, El Granada, Miramar, and Princeton. The old business has always been demonstration of scale, and story polls, and I don't know. What time we can start? 1 o'clock, okay. So I don't know if we want to beat it to death again. But aside from the demonstration of scale and the purpose of people getting their stuff, I think there's a case probably today that things weren't posted 10 days before, or at least it's still not posted with a poster or anything. So I kind of feel like those people should have been notified that they probably don't need to attend even today.
Well, let's wait for that item to
Right.
discuss that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just maybe sorry to interrupt here, but just a status on demonstration scale policy. It looks like an update was completed a couple of months back by the planning department that revised the demonstration of scale requirements, but left room for the visual demonstration of scale to be used instead of story polls. So that's where things are. We had talked about drafting a letter from the committee, requesting an ordinance change so that story polls are required. But I believe Julian was at the last meeting, a couple other folks felt that, maybe we should push that far because that could be onerous for property owners to construct story polls. So that's where we left it, and I think, maybe so.
So then nobody has to put posters up or two-dimensional?
The current policy is that you can use story polls, or you could use a visual representation of you can use a visual representation.
10 days prior, or at the hearing, means somebody can walk in with a demonstration or not? Is that what you're saying? 10 days
Yeah,
prior.
Nothing
Okay, well, that's
changed,
what it
nothing
sounds.
changed. It's the same policy.
Alright,
We
so-
just made some clarifications.
All right,
And we put the story
scales.
polls.
right.
up
It's just
with
whether or not the story board, right? I got that last time, but it sounded like something.
Nothing changed.
Okay.
I got a question on that. I want to make sure I got this right. So we've got a 10-day requirement currently. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, prior to the hearing.
Or either, I think it got changed to two-dimensional instead of.
You have the
whatever
option.
Whatever they think people were putting up for conditions and things.
Right. You know, one of the things that I brought up at the first meeting that I attended was the timeline. You know, if someone's on vacation or something of that nature. I always thought that we should have a period of time for neighbors to look at this longer. So that's unavailable. They've got a chance to respond. But that's beyond what's currently what we have, but I think that's something that we should be looking at as well.
Well, I feel that I'm stuck. We're kind of going into the chair's report here, but that we've mentioned this to the planning department, but I think really to kind of support a change to happen, I do think that we need to put out a statement about what we're looking for, what we would recommend That the
I
campaign.
don't disagree with that. I think we should have a discussion on that and we should come up and draft a letter and we should send that along. Mr. Mueller appointed most of us. He needs to have the opportunity to look at these things as well.
Yeah, and I think part of that is, you know, do we have that at this meeting? I think we have.
That doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and so that the other committee members can come.
Yeah.
and
Sure,
vote on.
absolutely. Yeah, but I think we should, you know.
Yeah, I wrote it down, I'll get it out.
Good.
Yeah, well, we'll remember to.
Okay.
How long do you want for that? Like an hour, hour and a half? How long?
3 or 4 hours. But we have to meet down at Half Bay, right? Push a half an hour, probably, you know.
Well, I think.
If you're drafting a
committee-
letter, I mean, if you go the direction of drafting a letter, you would have to do it at the meeting, otherwise it would be like some product thing
Yeah.
over email.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Yeah, and I suspect community input would happen.
We'll do one,
Yeah.
we'll do an hour and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe what we can do is we can all kind of put together a little draft of what the concern was, and how that would come up with something. Yeah, some of you guys have some good ideas.
I drafted a letter. It didn't really talk about the notice time, but it talked about requiring story polls, and it would be directed to the, I believe, our supervisor, because it needs to be an ordinance change, not a policy change.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we already went through that whole process.
I don't
Not,
think
you
so.
weren't here.
Yeah, I don't think it actually made it to.
Let's have that, we'll agenda it first.
Yeah.
I think we had it. Design standard updates, I don't know, I mean, it's been a little while even since I've been here. We didn't get anywhere with that spot. And the attention to proper protocol was one thing to ensure that returning items all the items are checked off right away, or particularly any items on our comment list from the time before on returning, that all those are verified that they've been taken care of, and we usually do that, but there was a case where it wasn't. And then, as always, and I don't close with it, but we have community members here, and we would love for some people to come back, and some people that want to join. If you ever get the hankering to, it'd be wonderful to have you. We need somebody in every community room. So, my appeal is out again. Fill the room. And Lewis is a new representative or design review officer. And this is basically his first time running the meeting.
Correct.
And, we welcome you and thank you very much for taking over.
Thank
you.
I appreciate it.
So, look forward to future meetings with you. I want to open it to public comment for anything that was just discussed and not regarding any of the upcoming hearings. Yes,
I don't know where I should do. I wanted surprised to talk about story points.
Yeah, so our demo chairperson report, are we on to public comment?
yeah, I'm done with
Okay.
this. Well, it's part of my
Okay.
public comment first and the chair report, but
Okay.
we're gonna agendize it.
I would
So,
like to speak now.
okay,
If the matters are not on the agenda.
okay, yes, please.
What do I do? I stand, sit?
Louise, do you want to open it up to public comment?
Sure, yeah. So we're now opening it up to public comment for matters not on the agenda. So for those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the wall near the entrance. I do have one. Please provide me with your speaker slips as soon as possible. And for those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. And for those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. And when you hear your name or the last four digits of your phone number called, I will prompt you to come up to the front or unmute your account and inform you that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. And for those joining by phone, pressing *6 will unmute and mute your microphone. And as mentioned earlier, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. So with that, we can begin with forms I have received here in person regarding story polls. Brigitte Bauer.
Yeah, what do I do? I sit there or here or look
Camille,
somewhere?
where's the normal?
Usually you just,
Okay.
I just sit, okay,
Okay.
that's
you can
fine.
stand or sit in this area.
Okay, first of all, I want to, my name is Brigitte Bauer. I live at 545 the Alameda in Granada, and I've lived there since 10 years. And I want to thank the 4 members of the communities who come here for $50 and pizza. Because it's hard work. I looked at the 2 other projects, but we're gonna comment on number 1. It looks hecko like work.
You
It
should
looks
be-
like work. I will go on. I sent out Monday something I called story polls and CDRC, a failure to act story. I guess you haven't seen that. But the best illustration of this is what your own architects have said on the subject of story polls. For us, it began in 2020, and when we had story polls come up across the street from us. So I followed it a bit. And 2022, Katie Curry, sorry if I mispronounce names because I'm not good at that. But I wrote out her the entire transcript of what she said at that meeting. Now, you can look at it because I sent it in, but she said, I just want to point out that this is exactly why this has been a priority that we have been pushing for a really long time, to get this to be an actual requirement and not a policy. On, and then it says, my concern with the digital demonstrations of scale is that you have the ability to make it look how you want. Goes on, and then it ends. This is really important, and I'm really getting frustrated that it's put on the back burner, and then all this effort went into updating a policy where we were all concerned that it was only a policy to begin with. And we are the ones who are supposed to be serving, and we're supposed to have this authority to use this as a tool, and the community is supposed to use this as a tool to, understand how the projects are in context of the neighborhood, and we are not given the ability to really ask for that. So that was 2 years ago. In March, you had a meeting about story code. And Rebecca Kapkin said, technically, no perspective is to scale. It's not scale drawing, and it's easy to distort things to look bigger or smaller. But even when they're not distorted, they're not to scale. They are never to scale. Now, of course, architects Caitlin Kustin thinks we should compare, the number 1 item to the youth and the future potential houses next door. Today you have 3 projects. I looked them up. They all have, there's one with story poles, and it's the one with the wood rat, Madden's.
Please refrain from discussing items on the agenda. This is,
I'm just saying there's 3 items up for discussion. All of them are larger than 1 story. So according to your new and improved demonstration for scale, for smaller scale projects such as small homes or ground floor additions or less visible projects, alternative methods to demonstrate scale, as discussed in this policy, may be used. There are 3 items. 1 uses story poles, 2 doesn't. The 2 that doesn't are bigger than 1 story. So this is 4 years in the making, and somehow during these 4 years, nobody said, yeah, we're not going to sit here and discuss the size of the poster. We are here to protect the community, and we want the story poles to be a requirement. And for 4 years, this hasn't happened. And Sure,
So thank you for your comments. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
that's it, thank you.
So seeing no other speaker request forms in person, I will go to online.
Why did one person?
This is for open public comment items. Yeah. Okay, John Q, please accept the request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Yes, well, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. My name is John Kakunda. I live at 360 14th Street in Montera. And I just want to start by saying I apologize. I am having a little trouble with the audio, so I'm not sure I understood everything that was said before. Frankly, it seemed like it was easier during the pandemic when everybody was on Zoom. The audio was better. But I'm looking at the agenda and I'm assuming that we are at the point where changes are being requested to be made to the agenda regarding letters of decision. And that is what I wanted to comment on. My question is based on emails, multiple emails that were sent to the board regarding agenda number 3. We were asking for deferment. And my question is, has that been considered, and can we please defer item number 3 until the October meeting per multiple emails that have gone out?
That will be discussed when we get to agenda item number 3.
Okay, all right. And will that happen at 3 o'clock, or is it roughly about 3 o'clock?
It will happen no sooner than 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Maybe later. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the information.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Luis, can I lower some of those?
Yes.
I'll do it. It's hot.
So I've now called upon all raised hands for speaking or oral communications, but for those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak? If so, I'll provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hand and speak on this item. And as a reminder for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, Chair, there are no more raised hands, so please indicate if you would like to close the public comment.
I'd like to close the public comment.
Okay. All right, thank you. So with that, we can move on to agenda item number 1.
Oh, we have to wait. Oh. never mind, that sounds good.
You want to go to the front then?
Yes, let me just, let's see here. Marked in as the community representative, would you like to introduce the project by reading the project description and the agenda? And yeah.
Sure, and I'm gonna butcher names as well. This is the first project. The owner is Bradley and Kristen Meter Bradley, and the applicant is Katie Kostiak from Fat Pen Studios. This is for file number PL 2024-00141. And this is at 167th Avenue, Portola in El Dorado. So this project is a consideration of a design review permit recommendation to allow for a 434 square feet first floor addition, a new 758 square foot second story addition, and a new detached 655 square foot 2-car garage with a half bathroom and outdoor shower, and minor remodeling to an existing 701 square foot 1-story single family resident on a developed 5,729 square foot parcel associated with a non-conforming use permit. NCUP is required to expand the non-conforming residence with a front setback of approximately 6 feet 9.5 inches, where 20 feet is required. The project involves only minor grading and no tree removal. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Planning Commission public hearing on the DR permit and NCUP will take place at a later date. The project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission, and the application is deemed complete on July 1st by project planner Elise.
Thank you for that. And the applicant's representative is present if you'd like to go over the design elements of the project.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna read from this since everybody else is reading too, instead of just trying to wing it. But I prepared just a little bit of an introduction about the project and about myself and my clients. So I'm Katie Kostyuk. I'm an architect, and Kristen and Riley are my clients for this project. My background is, obviously as an architect, but I spent 6 years serving on the design review committee. And that helped me better understand the guidelines and how to approach projects that have a design review component. But it was also a fulfilling way for me to give back to our community. I think that it's helpful to know because this particular block has had projects come up while I was reviewing them. And so I have a lot of experience and sensitivity to the neighbors and their concerns about two-story projects at this location. I also understand the value of the time that's being sacrificed by everybody that's here. So I wanted to just thank you for being here and for reviewing the project with us. I did want to reiterate that the purpose of what we're trying to do here is to review the project in its compliance of the design guidelines, and that we're not trying to review or change or comment on the allowable zoning standards, or whether or not a second story is supposed to be allowed. That's already established in the zoning, and our project is in compliance with all of the zoning regulations. Everything that we're designing is, part of it is non-compliant, which we've talked about, and I'll revisit that. We actually did make some significant design changes early on from some of the meetings with planning to ensure that we were able to provide a compliant project without requesting a variance. The purpose of the hearing today is also not to decide on future policies for demonstration of scale. Those discussions generally take place during the administrative portion of the hearings or as part of a formal county public outreach process. And I do agree that story poles should be required, and I do think that they're very valuable, but currently it is not required. I do encourage any neighbors that feel strongly about that to continue to advocate for them through the appropriate venues. It's been a long process and a long concern that people have been sharing, but anything that's public does take a long time, and there is a process to it. So I would also like to continue participating in that process. So I'd like the hearing to focus on the intended purview of the CDRC and, try to avoid damaging neighbor relations as much as possible. I know it feels very personal and the neighbors are concerned about their property rights and values, but it's also not reasonable to expect Kristen and Riley to sacrifice their rights and their property values for the needs and benefits of others, if the committee feels that we have adequately met the design guidelines. We know from a neighbor feedback standpoint that there's concerns about the impact to neighbor views and story poles, and it's never easy to be the first. It's never easy to be the first project to build up in a neighborhood, but the zoning in this area is very unique, and it was intended to create a small downtown vibe along the main artery of El Granada. The zoning in this area allows for higher density and building height than other parts of the neighborhood, and over time, the aesthetic will continue to change and evolve. While private views are not protected by existing regulations, we have followed the guidelines regarding views by proposing a design with a very modest second story and overall much smaller floor area and massing than most owners would choose. We've sloped the gable towards the closest neighboring homes along Avenue Portola to help maintain light into neighboring properties and visually step down to the smaller massing, which is one of the suggested ways in the guidelines to handle second stories when there's also single stories present in the neighborhood. Both adjacent parcels are substandard, making the proportions and massing of two-story projects more challenging in those locations. And though they were both built as one-story projects, my understanding is that they both did do that with reduced setbacks and variances for the homes that have been built. Our project is a standard parcel, and it's appropriate to build a modest second story. We're able to accomplish this by moving some of the massing to the rear yard provided by a detached two-car garage, and also by maintaining the existing non-conforming room at the front of the house. The owners have agreed to the added planning fees and the longer process of doing the use permit to keep this existing space. This is important to note since keeping the existing space further reduces the need for a larger second story. We're also reducing the massing of the roof at this location, which may improve some of the neighbor views. Other projects have been included in my design narrative to demonstrate that we have considered the impact of our design on the neighbors directly adjacent to the proposed design. This is important to be able to meet the design guidelines. Their projects are developed and designed completely independently of ours and are not part of the discussion today. We're happy to address specific comments as they relate to the design guidelines after public comment is heard. And I do just want to reiterate that for the demonstration of scale, while I still think story poles should be required in most cases and still hope to see the policy go in that direction, currently they are not required. And my clients felt that the modest second story's mass and scale could be assessed by following the standards for other demonstrations of scale and with the access to 3D visuals, which I have with me today, if that's helpful for the committee. We've expanded upon the requirements to assist the committee in the review by also providing a 3D photo montage and color perspective views in the plan set. We also have the 3D models here to look at if needed. And we appreciate the committee's time today and look forward to discussing the project. Sorry, that was really long-winded.
Think you could have winged it?
No, I decided not to wing it this time.
Thank you very much.
What's the next?
So we can open it up to public comment and then have discussion between the committee members and the applicant afterwards. As well.
I think there's a period of questions.
Okay.
Right before the
Clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so first, is it clarifying questions first or community? Public comment?
First, it's usually first on public comment, then discussion.
Okay, yeah, feel free to ask your questions to the applicant.
Okay, I guess, okay, so we'll move on to the clarifying questions portion where usually the presiding member, community member, which is myself, and the architect, Mateo. We'll start. And Katie, apologies for mispronouncing your name for 2 years.
It's been happening forever, so I'm used to it. It's not my name anyway, it's my husband's.
Mateo, I have a bunch of questions, but you want to start with yours?
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first one is, maybe if you can you talk through the thoughts behind the difference in height between the first and second floor? Like I see like about a 10-foot height on the first floor and then 16 on the second floor.
Yeah,
Thought
so-
about the height there.
Sure. With the height of this project, we're a little bit limited because we are working with an existing home and that home is already built over a pretty significant crawl space. So our first finished floor elevation is already, significantly higher than ground level. And the design aesthetic that my clients preferred was this sort of modern take on a Scandinavian design, which typically has a steeper pitched gable in order to have the right architectural partie. And so the reason that the second story has that volume is because that's really sort of appropriate to the architectural style of the project. And we felt that, like I said, from the street elevation, having that slope down to the smaller properties on each side is one of the ways to handle integrating that into the neighborhood with the massing. So if we were to lower the pitch of the roof, it really does have a huge impact to the architectural style of the project.
Gotcha, but it's, as I understand, it's a 16-foot elevation for the second story. That's part of the coastal Scandinavian design. Just add that pitch to it.
The pitch of the roof is, yeah, I don't have the plans that pulled up right now, but I think that the plate height, if I recall correctly, is 9 feet on the second story. And then
Oh,
it slopes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, for this property is zoned S3, was there any consideration for possibly making it like a multi-unit development?
No, the owners really, they have a dog who's sweet and they have basically a 1-bedroom house right now. So they didn't have aspirations of trying to build out to the max density. Obviously, you could build a much larger project here, which is part of the reason that we felt that, a modest second story based on the mass and scale that is possible within the buildable envelope is very modest and appropriate to the location. And, we did our best to try to keep as much of the footprint on the first floor with the garage and the existing non-conforming room at the front.
But as you said, like this area is kind of uniquely zoned, for part of the plan, and it is in an area where there's potentially more.
desire for more density. Yeah, I think that in the future, there's the possibility that we will end up going forward with a garage conversion on for an ADU. But because there isn't currently any existing covered parking there, we are not able to convert a garage to an ADU until the garage is already there. So I think that there could be increased density in the future, and that's also just part of making it more livable to stay on the coast side. But there wasn't intention of making like a multifamily project with like, you know, like a triplex or anything like that.
So I forget what you call it, project description or your narrative that you submitted, was great. It had a lot of detail in there. It talks about neighborhood outreach, but it specifically just addresses neighbors adjacent to the property. Did the neighborhood outreach include folks beyond those two houses?
No, I don't think that it did. I think we were really trying our best to make sure that the directly adjacent neighbors that would be most impacted by their natural light and having construction right next to them and their privacy was really where that outreach was focused. There has been engagement from the community with my clients, and it hasn't been very neighborly. So I think that has probably limited their desire to want to engage with some of the other community members. There's always been a lot of strong opinions about a two-story project at this location.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have a couple quick ones. It looks like the allowable height in that location is 36 feet. I just wanted to clarify that. And do you recall if that, sort of an unrelated question, but do you recall if the project at the corner was proposed to 36 feet?
It was not. It was originally proposed as a two-story project, and it went through several rounds of being continued and having changes requested. And I know that some of the public comment that's on record was saying that those projects were not able to move forward as two-story projects. And I did make a point of commenting at that time as the architect that reviewed the project, one of the two architects, that we did not feel that it was not requested by the CDRC for it to be a one-story project. And we did feel that a two-story project was appropriate, and that we hoped that the neighborhood was appreciative of that gesture because it was not something that the CDRC supported.
Okay, yeah, I had almost a related question, but I think you might have answered it. But I was just looking back at the records of the review of the projects, the two adjacent projects. Do you have any additional thoughts or comments about how that review process went in regards to this project? Is that a fair question?
I don't know
Whole business?
what I'm not sure what your question is.
Well, just, Katie has a unique perspective in being on the committee for those other two projects that had a number of community concerns about city size and scale.
I think she should only probably speak as the project owner.
Okay.
I mean, I can offer something, like, if it's helpful at all, but I think there has been some public comment that has called into question my integrity as an architect and as a committee member, and suggested that there was collusion or that we had an unfair advantage by having information that was not shared with the rest of the community, or that there was an advantage because we had reviewed those projects. And I did want to say that I don't think that, calling into question a professional's willingness to serve the community as like a question of negative ethics, it doesn't really seem very appropriate to me. And I think that if anything, my experience reviewing those projects, I knew that we were going to go into this with people that had concerns about a second story. And if anything, we did do our very best to keep that second story as small as possible, knowing that that was going to be a community concern. But I also did feel confident that a two-story project is appropriate in this location. And that was always the tone of the committee at the time, and the guidelines and the zoning do allow for it. So I felt that it was appropriate for us to bring this project to the committee.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I get that, because, yeah, in talks of story polls, like, the community, like, talks about it as if we have that decision-making power, and that's just the furthest from the truth, right? So, it takes the community to provide support as well to get these changes made. And unfortunately, sometimes that doesn't happen. So
Unfortunately, it usually happens when it's impacting somebody personally.
Yeah.
And people don't necessarily want to volunteer their time and service for the years-long efforts that we have already worked on until it impacts them personally.
thank you. So I think that's it for clarifying questions, and Luis, we can open it up to.
Okay. So we're now opening public comments for item number 1. So the public correspondence for this project received prior to the meeting has been uploaded to the meeting page on the county's website and was provided to the CDRC. And just confirming that the committee members had access to that and were able to review. Okay. So for those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the back wall near the entrance. Please provide me with your speaker forms as soon as you can. And for those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on any agenda item. And for those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. When you hear your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number called, I will prompt you to come up to the front or unmute your account and inform you that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. And for those joining by phone, pressing *6 will unmute and mute your microphone. And again, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. So we will first begin with the speaker request forms received in person. Brigitte Bauer?
Okay, can I still sit here?
Yes.
Okay. So today is the debut of the demonstration of scale. Took 4 years to get the new revised version. According to it, as I read before, for smaller scale projects such as small homes or ground floor additions or less visible projects, alternative methods to demonstrate scale as discussed in this policy may be used. So we didn't get story goals. It would have been nice, since this is something, someone who's sat here for 6 years, we wanted when they were discontinued in 2020. As it is, what we can see, it's going to be a mystery box. Because I can't tell how wide it is. I can't tell how high it is from the Alameda and our property. The only way to do this is by story goals. And our house has a gable. The upper story is 9.5 feet. We didn't build this house. The neighbor behind us never spoke to the original family there because they sure hated to get that second floor. We believe that Kirsten and Riley should have a second story, but we don't feel that they need to have 16 feet on top. 9.5 feet makes for a very nice gable. So the Scandinavian thing, I'm Swedish, like I've written, and I don't know if you read the comments before or not, but I don't know what the Scandinavian style is that makes it necessary to have a 16-foot ceiling in the second story. Wow, I still have 1 minute left. Well, I want to go back to, that box that is going to pop up above 580, the Alameda. It's just going to be a black box because you have the siding and then you have the roofing and it's all a big block. And what it's going to look from the patrol, I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look. I know what it's going to look from, our view. And I do think that views are part of the standard. When designing a new home or an addition, an effort should be made to minimize the effects on views from neighboring houses. And we are 5 households. We're not one person. We are 5 houses on the Alameda who's going to look at the black box that, I can tell from the design how wide it is. I can see that, or what the actual view is going to be for us. I think it requires story poles. I want story poles. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public comment, speaker, Mr. Ben Bauer.
Hi, my name is Ben Bauer, and I live at 545 The Alameda, which is across the street from this proposed project. I've been there for about a decade now. I have some concerns about the design of the house addition. It should be noted that all of the present houses and cottages that surround this project on Portola Avenue are all single story. This is going to change the look of this entire block, which is actually the central block as designed by the original Vernon designer of El Granada and its neighborhood. While the architect calls this gable a coastal Scandinavian design, during my trips to Sweden, I was struck by really the humble nature and the modest sizes of the houses. And so, you say this is sort of a requirement for some type of Scandinavian design. There's a hell of a lot of variation, and I don't see how a 25-foot high peak gable, which is going to massively impact that whole little neighborhood there, is consistent with Scandinavian design, which my observation is much more modest. So my question is, does this gable need to be rising to a height of 25 feet with a 15-foot high second floor ceiling required for the aesthetics of the interior volume that they're going to obtain? Perhaps this gable height could be lowered. Perhaps a second story or lean-to could be substituted for the tall gable roof. A lean-to roof would echo the roof line of their single-story neighbor just 2 doors down. And it would be consistent with the otherwise modern and clean lines of the design which I have proposed. My other issue regards story poles. This is the only way to have impact, to have the neighbors be able to see this. These little posters that are put out are pitiful. Your requirement, however, doesn't require this. It's not a regulation. I don't understand. The architect says he's sensitive to the neighborhood, but yet when it comes push to shove, while she says she wants the story poles, she doesn't do it for this project. No one's stopping you. Why didn't you do it? So I just would like to point out Half Moon Bay has story poles. I don't know why El Granada gets second-class citizenship and we can't have the same due regard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Cecilia Boloian. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
I'm right up the block next to the Bowers in the little blue house. I'm even lower than they are. So people's roof line really affects my view. And we fought very hard for actually the Bradley's home when that corner property was going to get built up to 2-story. We all pitched in here for them because that would have been horrid to have that huge thing right next to them. But right now we are really concerned with the height of the roof. And, even though if the story poles are not required, maybe it could be done just for the sake of all of our neighborhood, the neighbors, just so that we could see where that's going to be. And if it's a matter of just a roof line or changing that roof line to affect everybody else's views, I think that would be very neighborly of them. Not that we're trying to be unneighborly, but it would be neighborly of them to even go beyond the rules and put up those story poles so we could see exactly what it's going to look like.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And we have one more speaker request form from Molly Ron.
I'm terrified of public speaking, but I actually want to talk to you guys because thank you for asking about the outreach. That's actually why I'm here is I agree, I think story poles would have been nice, but I'm really disappointed in both of you for not reaching out to me. I know we all have, you made comments, I consider you guys friends, I mean, as friendly as neighbors can be. And then one day when you were talking about the garage addition, because I was aware of it, I even said to you, Chris, I said like, hey, don't tell me you're gonna do what we fought so hard was this big 2-second story. And you looked at me and said, no, we can't afford to do that, we're just building in the back.
Nobody has asked us what we're starting.
Well, I know, we understand you're starting the backyard and you're
But
only.
what should we?
Nobody.
Well,
You are addressing the committee members, not the members of the public. so-
I didn't realize that was the rule, I apologize. So for me, I feel like what I like about, the view is a big deal. I have heard rumors that they're only starting on the garage, and that's nice, but it feels deceitful. It doesn't feel neighborly, given our relationship. I mean, I've been trying to go for a bike ride, and it does now make sense why I feel like they've been avoiding after I made that comment. So it's very clear. And I don't know anything about what we're talking about, the scheming and stuff, but, as neighbors, all of us try and take care of each other here. There are, yes, I think it might look hideous if there's one big box and stuff, but I'm here because I moved into this place because I shared this years ago, I have a lot of anxiety. So my view is what calms me in the day. And particularly where this will be and why I was disappointed they didn't come ask me is like, when I walk in the hallway, there's a good chance this is gonna take it away. I have other areas I can stand in my house and see and get that calm. But it's really kind of cemented for me. I'm thinking of moving out of the area and we wanted to buy the place. We've been waiting we're in a duplex, my neighbors. And we've been waiting for our neighbors and they know this. And now we've discussed this and this is, so it really impacts our lives and things. And it bums me out because I walk by and chat with them and I thought we were gonna go bike riding and now I feel like, why didn't they just come over and talk to us? They talked to the 2 new guys that don't even know them. And it sounds like, we can't talk about it, they're gonna have ADUs that are huge, that are all in, it does feel like a little bit of a scheme. And then if you could put the story poles up, put them up so we can see. But the only conclusion would be that you're not putting them up because it's gonna block a lot of our views and it feels like they don't care. And so for me, it is very personal. And I grew up in a neighborhood where we were great neighbors. I just visited neighbors from 50 years ago this weekend. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that was it for the speaker request forms for those in person. I do not see that anyone over Zoom has their hand raised. So if there's anyone over Zoom or anyone in the audience that would like to submit a speaker request form, I will wait a couple seconds to see if anyone else would like to speak on this item number 1.
May I respond briefly to some of the comments before you continue?
Sign a speaker slip.
Do I need to sign a sticker slip if I'm?
You will have that opportunity once public
Okay.
comment.
Let's wait till discussion.
Okay, Chair, there are no more raised hands for this item, so please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
Like to close public comment.
Okay, then we'll limit discussion between the applicant and the committee members.
I could start with a little discussion.
Sure.
Is it
I mean,
okay if I
think-
reply before? Yeah, just send it in the context of the comments.
Yeah, sure.
I did just want to say that regarding the story polls, what the clients choose is not the architect's choice. So I've encouraged my clients to consider the story polls as an effort and a gesture to the community, and we did discuss it. And it's a $5,000, gesture to the community, and that's a lot of money, and that's something that we've talked about in a lot of the story poll discussions anyway. And that's why I've always said if it's not a requirement, people aren't going to want to do it. It's a lot of money. And so I think that the reality is that with this project, it doesn't matter what the masses, this is my opinion, this is not fact, but I don't think that it matters what the mass and scale of the project is. I think that this is an opportunity for dissent and for somebody to try to delay and postpone the project and make it more challenging. I think any second story is going to be fought in this part of the neighborhood, and we've seen that in the past. And this is a pretty small second story. And so I can kind of understand why my clients didn't feel that this is large enough mass and scale or difficult based on the demonstrations of scale that we provided for the committee to be able to evaluate what it will look like and how it will fit into the neighborhood.
Yeah, let me just start by saying that, just to address the community, public participation is always good. We wish that it can be for projects that people enjoy, but it's typically for projects that they have issues with. Just a couple things I want to point out as well is that this project can be a much, much larger project. It could, it's 36 feet up that they can build. The second story plate is fairly modest for what it can be. Views are not protected, and the reason why I bring this up as well is that this project can go back and they could make some modifications and come back to the committee with an even larger project. So I just wanted to kind of keep that in mind, that projects don't always start at a place that hasn't already been negotiated down. So I just want to throw that out there. That said, I'm also coming from the perspective as a community representative, and the best thing to do is for the community to come together, and hopefully there's time to heal through some of these considerations, because you're going to have to live with each other and your neighbors. So hopefully there's room in there. Right now, it probably doesn't feel that way. The owners are looking out for their financial interest and what they're going to build. They're spending a lot of money on projects. Flip side, you guys have lived there for a while, and there's always a lot of considerations. So anyways, that aside, I just want to compliment the design and, obviously Kate is very familiar with the design review guidelines, and, in terms of the architecture, the color palette, materials selected, lighting, I think there's a lot of successful elements of this project. I also want to say that I thought the look of the design is very pleasing. I think will be a positive addition to the neighborhood in terms of the design look. I'm going to flip over to demonstration of scale here. In this case, I honestly don't think a story poles is necessary, and let me clarify here. Because the demonstration of scale that was provided that shows all 3 or 4 sides makes this building look huge, makes it look out of scale with the community. So I think that's something that we should talk about. In the context of the larger neighborhood, I drove through this area earlier before the meeting, and I could see, there's apartment buildings, there's other structures that are 2, and you mentioned 3 stories, and I get that. But if you just purely look at this demonstration scale, that second story just really stands out to me. And part of the design guidelines is talking about neighborhood scope and scale. So I know zoning wise, you guys are, I understand this to be 100% compliant with the exception of the front setback.
That is correct.
Yeah, the existing structure is already non-compliant.
Yeah, and you guys have stayed within that, understand that, but in terms of guidelines and fitting in with the neighborhood here, it's big, it's very big. So I'll pause there. I'm sure if there's things you want to talk about. Yeah.
Sure.
Can I make just a quick comment about?
We're beyond the public
done
comment
now?
period, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I honestly sort of disagree with you. I think the volume that is proposed on the second story level is about the size of the gable in the home that's there now, which is cute. And I think the way it's sort of, the gable has sort of sitting on a pedestal, the way Kate's designed it, I think is successful to reduce the mass quite a bit. I'm still struck that the zoning in that area calls for 36 feet. I mean, there's only one building on that block that even approaches that. I think you might be able to see it from here.
Yeah, the Mavericks apartments.
Yeah, it's an apartment building. Yeah. So, you know, I think we have to do a service and look around and see that the buildings around there are all pretty short, one-story houses. But we also have to take a look at the zoning and what the future calls for in that area, which is technically 36-foot tall buildings all the way down, which is pretty dramatically different than what's there now. So I guess to address the public, I hear you guys, I hear all the concerns that there's some difference here in what's existing. But I think it is a small gesture towards that 36-foot tall row of homes that could be. I also, someone added in the correspondence, photos of the story poles of the building on the corner from years ago.
4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Story poles disappeared in May of 2020.
And the building proposed is nowhere near that scale of mass. I mean, the story poles, big photos provided illustrate how tall and bulky that building
That's why
was.
we stopped it.
And I think what we're reviewing today is much smaller than, or I know what we're reviewing today is much smaller than the
Just
story
so you
poles.
understand.
The public comment
the-
session is closed now?
The Alameda sticks out 7 feet into.
The public comment session is closed now.
Just to address that, the section that would be extended to continue to extend 7 feet is the lower mass.
Yeah, we're actually reducing the massing by
It's-
going to a flat roof there where there's currently a hip roof.
Yeah,
It's not a huge difference, but I think it does help a little bit.
yeah. So it's sort of keeping what's there to some degree.
Yeah,
then
and that
making
allows
it-
us to not have to move it to the second story by keeping that non-conforming space.
And making it tie into the existing context a little better. So, I guess in conclusion, I don't disagree that it's gonna change the area a little bit. But I think in terms of what could be proposed, I think we're very, very mild in the scale of this project. I think the way the volume has been broken up is really successful. I do have a couple suggestions or comments on the exterior siding. But I don't know if we're ready to move on to the next discussion. Yeah, happy.
Just a couple things to riff on that. I believe it's 29 foot to grade for those 2 stories. So it's, I'm kind of taking off.
There's a dimension
from
there, but I can't read it.
130 and 156.
If you scroll down, the bottom right elevation has the dimension.
Yeah, if you go to grade, and I'm talking about just at the ridge, I just went to the grade. So you know, it's a bit higher than your typical 2-story. So we're really gonna push that up to the plate. Yeah, and I, just in terms of elevation with the adjoining properties, and I appreciated Katie putting the neighboring property's ridge line on there, but there's a 10-foot difference between the houses next to them, that house in particular.
Yeah.
I do have an updated demonstration of scale and perspectives that show the proposed two-story project next door, but since it's not existing yet, I didn't know if that's helpful, but you know,
I
it's
think
hard to
it's
be the
not
first,
helpful.
but we're not gonna be the last, you
Yeah.
know, so.
Yeah, I think as much as it's interesting to talk about the proposed developments around, I think we should just talk about what's here. And when the next project comes along, we can talk about that, but
One does affect the next one. You get.
I know, I know.
Right, but along those lines, the next one is an ADU that won't come to the committee.
The same. And big house next to the house, next to the house, big house. And then.
Yeah, we can only review what's in front of us.
Right.
And when that ADU gets built, that we can't review, and then this project comes up again for another addition, and that's what we can review.
I'm looking at the floor plan, can you lower the plate height a foot? So, you know, it's a gig. You've got things along both sides, so it's not gonna affect the washer and
I
dryer.
mean, potentially, I don't
Your
think
spring
that the
line
8
at
foot,
7 feet or 8
Yeah.
feet instead would be.
What's
Be
the
nice to
roof pitch?
so
5?
Yeah, I mean,
it's on the roof plan, I think.
it's changing the design entirely, but I feel like
Yeah, go back.
you could have a
Past it.
very high second story with, you know, something like a shed roof or, but I realize it's a really, you know,
Like a different style of architecture.
yeah, but you can, you know, the owners can maintain a height there in terms of what, like their interior second story height, but at the same time, be, you
Yeah.
know, more sensitive to the neighbors.
I mean, just reducing it to a 5 and 12 roof would get rid of a foot. I don't know.
Well, that changed the rest of the project, aren't they all the same?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
The spring liner, if you went down a foot.
if a foot helps, you know, I'm not sure how much impact that makes, but as a gesture, if that's something that you wanted to leave up to the discretion for changing plate height or pitch, you know, I can ask my clients if they're open to that. I don't want to speak for them.
As long as it doesn't change.
We're not making a decision right
Yeah,
now.
we're not making decisions right now, like this.
I think we need to ask everybody if that's actually gonna satisfy a foot.
Well, I think what it would really come down to is whether or not it satisfies the committee. So it could be something that if you're open to it, it might be a condition of approval or recommendation for approval, or it could be something that we discuss and come back at a later date.
Yeah, we're not gonna vote on that.
Yeah, so
Okay, just-
sometimes it's just
We don't
like.
wanna talk,
where
so
are
that's all
we?
we should, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
So maybe that's.
there's gonna be more things, and we understand that, you know, we see another project come up, and sometimes it feels like a death by a dozen cuts, so there's maybe more cuts, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm ready to move on from height.
Alright, sounds good to me. Did you have any comments you want to start with?
Around that.
Did you have any comments you wanted to start with?
Yeah, and for this one, I mean, just, it may be a little bit more for discussion, but given that, that a lot of the neighbors' perspective, that roof is gonna be pretty, I think, pretty prominent from a lot of different, from the street too. Is there a possibility, or how would you guys think about changing the color to make it a little bit darker and less?
Is there a sample of the metal there?
I think it.
It's not black.
Did you bring the zinc sample?
Yeah, it's like light gray.
It's the same.
It's the metal.
The metal.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Black.
It's pretty light. I mean, but,
That's what I mean, like.
you want it to be darker?
Yeah, just less reflective, less.
The only reason that would be something that could be a challenge is that zinc is a natural material, and this is the patina. This is like pretty much the darkest patina that you can get for zinc. So it's not coated and it's self-healing, and it doesn't leach any toxic materials into the soil from, like how you can get patinas on core 10 that like go into the soil, and then there's like metal in the soil. So with zinc being a natural organic material, it doesn't really give you the ability to have like different ranges. There's a lighter version of it. But there's not really a darker version. The graphite is the darker one. And so from a sustainability standpoint, we kind of went in that direction because it requires zero maintenance, and, you know, it's fire resistant, and it has a lot of really beneficial properties for building.
Thanks for those comments. So I'm gonna flip to the plan or the layout of the first floor. But I was just kind of curious about the entrance. With an addition of stairs going to the front as well. I just think about kind of wayfinding, and design guidelines, it talks about a front entrance really being sort of appropriate for the house, and it's also tucked under the second story there. So it's not the most, like, this is the front of the house kind of welcoming entrance. Any thoughts behind that design? That's kind of the conversations.
Yeah, I mean, from a design standpoint, the first floor was a challenge because from a cost perspective, we were trying to maintain the existing kitchen because they've already put some money and effort into improving the kitchen. So that really was kind of a challenge to design around, and keeping that front room that's currently a living room, turning it into a bedroom that doesn't need to be upstairs. That's sort of like a nice outdoor space. So having a door to be able to have a little patio there where you can look out to the street level, you can look out to, you know, down the main avenue to the water is kind of nice. And so that's why there's a door there. The steps, if you can see it in the perspective view again, the steps are kind of like tucked into the planter. So I think that when you approach the house, you don't really see those until you're already heading for the front door. Do you see what I mean in that? So while there is a door on that side, like my hope is that the walkway that guides you towards the concrete steps, from a wayfinding standpoint, that it kind of guides you to the front door.
Is that wood paneling to the left of that woman or that person?
It's wood slats, like a privacy screen, yeah. And then we've echoed that same language with the garage to tie them together.
I'll just build on that. I really like the wood, but I do think that gray volume, the right of entry in the left photo there, the left rendering, continuing the wood there could warm up and make that entry look a little more prominent.
I agree with that.
Do you?
We explored that. We did some kind of different material and color studies, and I think that my clients liked having one more material to balance it out. And so that's why we ended up going in that direction of having something there that's a horizontal siding that is a lighter kind of gray that complements the rest of the palette, but provides that difference in texture, and then, you know, vertical versus horizontal. So that was why we went with that. It also felt like with the soffit being wood, it started to feel like a lot of wood.
The wood's pretty nice.
It is, yeah.
Would you be open to that adjustment?
I would need to, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine, that's, we're kind of tossing on that anyway, so. Yeah.
I think it just warms it up a little bit and makes that really an entry moment.
Are you talking about just the, like where it's the light gray? Yeah.
Would you be okay with it still being horizontal so that we're still getting that sort of like dynamic texture?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't have, just a wood texture there.
Yeah, it could be the same wood, but it would be horizontal there instead of vertical like it is on the second story.
Yeah, I think anything that kind of makes that a little bit more prominent and sticks out is this is the entrance to the property. So I can see coming in there and wanting to hang a light and go up to the bedroom. So just curved.
Are there landscape plans?
No, they're kind of just keeping whatever grass doesn't get disturbed by the work that's being done and keeping the planting pretty minimal. There is a landscape plan in there. But it's basically kind of like some plant selections for the planters.
And that front bedroom, that's where it exceeds or goes past the front setback.
Mhm.
And actually, I didn't have any issues in particular with that, just kind of driving by. So,
Yeah. Anything else on the?
well, I mean, I think there's a lot of very successful, elements of the, like I said, the materials, articulation.
Yeah.
The lighting.
I guess one thing I'll find, does the. It is pretty dark. I don't know, I feel like the zinc is a little darker in the images than in person, at least in the sun.
Yeah, when I saw that in person, I thought, yeah, just that roof line is gonna be pretty fun.
Mhm.
We actually took those, I took my clients up to my house because my house is that same zinc, so that they could see it in different lights and shadow too, because in the built environment, it looks different in different lights. So that was really helpful to be able to select the right color zinc.
Does it go darker over time?
Mm-mm. If you start with the lighter one, it can go darker, but this is sort of like the patina that happens on the zinc. Which is pretty cool, because like if it gets scratched, it's self-healing and it'll go back to that color too.
What are the panels?
They can, well, we had ours formed custom, so you can kind of choose. I try to keep them 12 inches or less, so there's no oil canning.
Is that what this is?
Yeah, I did a mix of 8-inch and 12-inch at my house.
Okay. Do we want to discuss the conditions?
Sure.
I think we're still open on the height.
Yeah, that's.
I do think.
Let me circle back and maybe the less controversial ones, but,
Okay, cover those smaller ones first.
yeah,
Sure.
so, we talked about that, front entrance, changing the material from, is that stuff? I actually don't know.
It's a painted.
It's a painted siding, it's a painted siding, okay. You're changing that to like a wood, material.
Mhm.
It sounds like, is that something that you guys, decision wise, are comfortable making that a condition right now?
What section is it?
Changing the part that's at your existing kitchen to be wood rather than the light
Oh,
gray.
yeah, like we're just.
Yeah.
And then we talked about the roofing material, but it sounds like, that's something, I mean, are you satisfied with Katie's answer about that? It shows up darker on the, I agree with you, it shows up, or it appears to be darker on the plans.
Yeah, let's come back to this one, because I guess the other part of that is, this looks grayer in person too.
Yeah, once we put it in the sun, like, that's why it was so important for us to take the materials out into the real world and see it in natural light and see it at different times of day and with different shadows. Like the standing seam zinc is kind of nice too, because there's shadows cast from each rib. So that kind of gives it a little bit of depth and darkness too.
Yeah, I didn't mind the lightness of that.
Okay.
But
That was why we called it like a coastal Scandinavian, was more because it's going, and it was more about like the color palette being more beachy rather than being darker wood.
And yeah, I think these.
okay, we can circle back then probably to the, the biggest question, I think, is the height of the property. I personally would like to see a gesture towards, that ridge line and making a reduction towards it. Because, you know, to me, like, I brought up in the questions, you know, like, I just, I know I'm not the decision maker on this being a single family home or not, but based on how it's done, I would be in support of a larger structure, the added units to the coast side, but it's a single family house being 29 feet tall seems a bit high. So I would like to see some sort of gesture made towards the height of the
Mhm. Yeah, given the amount of community that showed up today, I agree with you. I think a gesture would go a long way. I think there's two ways we can do that. We can ask to lower the plate height. We can ask to lower the roof slope. I think I'm honestly open to both.
Would you be open to verbiage that leaves it up to the applicant to decide how to accomplish that and says like, lower it by 12 inches or something like that?
Yeah, but I guess, I think it could be lowered without much effect to the design 2 feet. One at the plate and one at the slope, or 2 at the slope. I think 2 at the plate. would probably
Yeah, then
be
we
great.
don't have to be prescriptive about how they do it, but just
Yeah.
that I would agree with that.
2 feet's a little hard, like we definitely would have to adjust the slope of the roof then, which does impact the architecture. Which is obviously, you know, up to the committee, but I think 1 foot is definitely something easier to do without having to compromise the architectural integrity. 2 feet would be more challenging.
Well, I feel given kind of the history of projects that have come before.
We've been challenged.
I have, but I also am staying way under the height limit, so I kind of.
I hear you. I definitely hear that. I mean.
Like
you could go
28 feet
you
is
could
the
go
height
8
of a
feet.
residential project and everywhere else in El Granada. So I feel like
Yeah.
28 feet would be sort of like a reasonable number that makes sense based on the other zoning.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm doing my duty representing the community.
I get it.
You know, a lot of people showed up today, so I think we would be doing a disservice to the community if we didn't address that comment. And I think 1 foot is very doable. I'm hearing 2 feet is a challenge. Do you want to meet in the middle?
I feel like it should be 2 feet.
2 feet?
Just that we can get creative or they can get creative or whatnot, but, you know, again, you know, they could take these recommendations, go back, and then come back to the committee with even a taller design, so just put that out there to the community that, you know, just be careful what you ask for, but, I could see a condition of 2 feet.
I think I'm gonna push back on that. Actually, because the interior ceiling height at the second floor is already 8 feet
Oh, it is 8 already?
for the section.
Yeah, it's not.
So we can't actually drop the plate height then, really?
But it's really the roof, like the slope, the roof.
Mhm.
the open ceiling.
I mean, it's a pretty standard gable shape. Like, I know that there's community concern and I obviously will, you know, respect the decisions of the committee. But I think that if there were already 2-story homes on that block, this wouldn't probably be an issue at all. And so it's almost like being penalized for being the first to go up. And it is tough when it impacts the architectural design of the project.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just, you know, part of the policy is about neighborhood scale. So,
Mark, what about 18 inches? I think that one,
Why basically I have to accomplish all of it with the slope of the roof if we've got an 8-foot plate already.
that's a good one.
Yeah, which is not, it really is Scandinavian design.
Storage and stuff like that, you can box that in. You know that.
I know, but we're not doing this for volume inside, we're doing it for architectural design. And if it's helpful, I can also show you, like, we had inspiration images during the design process that show like the architectural style that we're going for and going. My concern is that if we go down to more of like a bungalow slope of roof, that then it looks more like lipstick on a pig, like we've renovated an existing house and tried to make it look
I agree with
Scandinavian.
you. I think that's more like 312 though.
I see a lot that are 4 and 5 even. I would have even preferred for this one to be more steep, but we tried to keep it on the lower side because we didn't want it to be too intrusive. So it's always sort of that balance of like the architectural integrity and having something look like you just renovated something and tried to make it look like a different style that doesn't quite fit.
No, I agree with you. I think it would look worse. Definitely in the 312. I think it's still really successful in a 5 and 12. And I don't know, Mark, do you want to push for those extra inches?
Yes, I will.
Can I see what 5 and 12 would?
I'll just put it this way, because of, so, I think they're, to me, this is tall. And leave room for, Katie to propose other things, but it's proposed. Yeah, I know it's hard to problem solve in the course of this meeting, but, if
Would it be okay for me to screen share?
Yes.
Okay.
So the neighboring property to the left with the facing the tree, so. Oh, that's not the, is that the proposed neighboring property?
Yeah, I modeled it because I thought that it might be helpful and I wasn't sure if I needed that in the demonstration to scale, but this is,
That's not, but it's.
No, don't bring up that.
I'm sorry, it's already modeled in my model. I can't like make that not be there, but I wanted
Okay,
to
so
show you.
that's not actual, that's just.
Yeah, so this is what the roof slope would look like at 5 and 12. And I can undo everything just to show you. Sort of that difference, and then we can also look at the elevation. See what the height difference is for 5 and 12. So if we go to 5 and 12, it would bring it down like 1 foot 2 and 1/8. That's 3 feet.
What about 4.5?
I'm supposed to watch the magician work. That's bringing it down 1 foot 9. But do you see kind of what I was concerned about, how it starts to sort of look like it's a 70s house that someone just tried to make look like a Scandinavian design? And then,
Can you move the plate height with that too?
no, the plate height's already at 8.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be comfortable going lower than 8 for plate height. Because not the second story is,
The high spring line.
the second story is not all vaulted though. We've got mechanical space up there, on half the second story.
But you can just buy, you know, that. You can get away with it. Then you keep the steep pitch, and by the time you're out 2 feet, you back up.
So I don't know if this is helpful, but like these are some of the inspiration images. And so, you know, like you can see, this is kind of what we were going for architecturally.
Church.
Well, it doesn't have to be your house. So this is sort of what the inspiration was this kind of like a modern take on a Scandinavian design. And so that's why the lower roof really does feel kind of like a 70s conversion to me. So I don't know if that would be helpful to see that, where we started and how we kind of went in this direction.
Well, if you put a steeper pitch on.
Hmm?
To me, it's just this box.
Mhm.
So if it had a steeper pitch, maybe it looks like the name's house across the street. It's got that acre.
Yeah, and the demonstration scale has a very tower-like.
Yeah, and the thing that's interesting about the demonstration of scale, pull up the sheet. So one of the comments was about perspectives and how they're not to scale, and that is true that literally it cannot be to scale because it depends on the distance that the person is viewing from. But these perspectives that I did those very intentionally because these are a photo montage of the exact massing, and I'm able to match it because I placed the camera view at that part of the street in the site plan. And so this is about as accurate as it can get. So while it is not to scale, you can see that I've matched the existing house that's at the corner in my model and in the perspective. And I built that from their plan set from design review. So I really did make an effort to try to represent it as well as I could and to show how this gable will fit in to the neighborhood.
And I felt it was an honest representation. It's just that lower picture, it's sticking out. I mean, it's, you know, if you look at
It's gonna always stick out over one-story homes though.
Sure, yeah, that's in terms of the neighborhood scale,
Yeah.
it's sticking out. And I understand that there's future plans, you know, there's always gonna be future plans for other properties, but if you're looking at present day and scale, like, to me, that lower picture is the one that stood out the most.
Mhm.
That's why I felt story pulls aside.
It's going to be a second story.
Yeah.
That's why we kind of felt that way too, that the money spent by my clients is not going to make people feel better about having a second story. When you take a block that's all one-story homes and you're the first person to build up, it's gonna feel a little bit out of place until there's other 2-story or 3-story projects.
And I think what's working against you too is that this is a perspective from the street, not from the neighboring property too, and, you know,
Mhm.
views from public.
Right.
This is more, I wouldn't say protected, but more of a consideration than
Mhm.
from private properties. Right? So
Right.
it's just, yeah. So, I mean, that's why to me, like, I feel like a 2D concession is just understanding that, you know, I don't personally feel like this is kind of in scale. And I know that, you know, Moshi feels otherwise, that, you know, this is zoned for a certain type of development, but again, like I'd be way more supportive of this as like a community. You know, understanding that you have to have square footage and you have to have property, that makes sense, but for a single family home here, that just sticks out to me, so.
Even though that's what all other single-story home heights are for the typical zoning.
But the houses around the neighborhood, I mean, one of the public comments mentioned it, I drove right by it, it's pretty low single-story homes
Mhm.
surrounding it, so yeah, and at the same time, I think maybe, is it the building in the bottom left? I mean, that's a 3-story apartment building, so, yeah,
Mhm.
that's the context.
Yeah, and then further down, there's several more multifamily, 3-story buildings, and yeah, I mean, I do think that it's going to evolve over time and it's going to happen, and I think it would be a disservice to my clients as property owners to have to sacrifice their design because they're the first. I think that that's a hard pill to swallow. If there was a way for us to have the architectural style that they like without having to compromise the design and reduce the height, like for instance, if we were starting from scratch, we would be able to build 2 feet lower easily if we didn't already have an elevated crawl space. So we're trying to, you know, find that middle ground and keep the second story as small as possible while still being able to give them the design style that speaks to them and have them develop their property, you know, the way that they want to.
That's it, similar to what you mentioned, you know, happened years back. I mean, I'm not pushing for it to be 1 stories and 2, I'm sure the neighbors would, but just to me, I feel like, you know, a reduction of that second story, you know, it's not gonna get the neighbors what they want, and nor should it, right? Because, you know, owners should be allowed to build, yeah. But I do feel like this is a potential middle, well, I'll stay away from calling it middle ground, but a concession that steps in the direction of making it more in scale in
I think, you know, we saw 14 inches of.
With the 5 and 12,
I saw the 1'9", which is more than a 1.5 feet, but.
that was when we went
was
to
for
4.5 and it was starting to,
And I agree with you.
look to the last.
I think, given. You know, I think the height is fine, but I think, given the community's comment, we should just recommend or require a 14-inch lower the bridge. Unless you think otherwise.
So, I mean, you know, there's numerous projects like the one before it that was continued twice or something. I mean, I just feel like we have to stick to our guns. Some of it.
well, I guess what I would say is, do you feel that I've met the guidelines? Have we made a sufficient effort to reduce our second story, to protect views? Like, that's really what we're supposed to be accomplishing, and that's what we've aimed to do. Concessions just because people are complaining, I don't think necessarily is, you know, the right approach. We obviously do want to respond to neighbor feedback.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I think the CDRC should just continue deliberation. I think we've heard your position, and I think we should just let them finish their thought. Just in the interest of time.
Yeah. So you would feel good for the 2 foot lower? I do think, I'll just say that I do think, given looking at the plans, there's gonna have to be concessions other than like for the roof pitch made for that. As long as we understand that, as long as you understand that, I think I can agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get it all from just slope.
Okay.
There may be other things like that, but yeah. So Camila, are you saying just the recommendation of continuance or?
No, I'm just saying, just finish your discussion.
Yeah.
Just
Because I think
without.
there's other, you know, there's other things like decreasing the joist.
I liked what you guys said about just, accomplishing a particular height and letting the designer figure out how.
Yeah. I think 2 feet is doable. I think it's harder, obviously, than just lowering the roof pitch. But if you feel like that represents the community's desire better than 1'2", I'm happy to agree with you.
Yeah, for me, it's not just the community concern, but just in terms of looking at the guidelines and neighborhood scale. I realize the second story is a lot, you know, it's not the whole first story. That would be like a showstopper, but Katie's already made some design plans to reduce the mass of the second story, but I do feel the height was like like to see that 2-foot reduction happen.
Can we make that a requirement? That's what I'm.
Yeah, I think it's not a recommendation, it's a condition.
So that's our major condition.
Yeah, our major condition is a reduction in the ridge height, or just the peak height of 2 feet. And also changing the material around the entrance way to wood.
I think that's it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put just a recommendation about making it darker, but just a recommendation.
Like
Which
a
is,
finish or something.
yeah, if there's, which would potentially involve a material change, but yeah. I'll just leave it as a recommendation, just to. Okay, so I'll, at this point, then we'll hand it over to the project sponsors. If they would like us to vote on this or to continue this item for another.
Explore this,
You can have some time to talk about it.
or do you want to accept the 2-foot reduction? The 2-foot reduction is gonna be, it's gonna be a really big deal to try to accomplish that, but I think that we would need to explore it architecturally and see how to try to make it look right. And that's kind of the hard part.
Architecturally, if it doesn't achieve what we set out to do, we know.
Yeah, and well, my
That's-
concern is that, if that's a hard stop for them, then continuing isn't gonna change it either. But I don't accomplish the 2 feet without really compromising the sign.
Because of the crawl space, you can't go lower.
Right. Yeah. So if you feel confident that we can accomplish, that we can find a way to get that 2 feet each out, and you want to go ahead with recommendations, then they would be giving us the leeway to accomplish that ourselves architecturally without having to come back.
And if you make it one step down and go a half.
Well,
It's
that's
like
okay.
a half a foot, so like how you get it, if you step down.
We're okay with that? Okay. All right, we would like to go ahead with the vote. Please, with the conditions.
Okay, so I'm making a motion to recommend, is it recommend approval? Recommend approval of the design review permit with 2 conditions. That be reduction of the building height by 2 feet, by a minimum of 2 feet. And also changing the materials around, and a condition to change the materials around the front entrance to a wood material. And a recommendation to darken the material.
And would that be just the roof or the roof and the siding, since it's got the, just to
Good point,
clarify?
'cause it's the same.
Oh, okay, so it's darker for the metal, basically.
As
They're
a
trying to
recommendation.
avoid a black building. Is the whole idea.
That's the idea. I'm trying to avoid it.
That was a recommendation, so that one's option.
Doesn't carry a ton of weight, but it's just, I'd like to see it just as a recommendation, because I think the reflection. So, okay, so that motion is made.
Next, I'll do a roll call. Mark Din,
Yeah, yay, approved.
Moshi Porter,
Yeah.
and Mark Stegmeyer.
Oh, he doesn't.
Okay, nothing, okay. So this motion is passed, and this next assignment will move forward to the planning commission.
Thank you for your service. It's just because of the use permit.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
For
because
the-
of the use
correct.
permit for the non-compliant,
Yeah.
yeah.
I had another one going there.
Okay, all right, thank you guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
My husband's favorite thing to
It's
do
like
when
saying
I was on the
thank you for
committee
the copy.
was drive his
Yeah,
car
we're giving
by
you a
really
ticket.
loudly.
Good, but how are you? I'm pretty good. Picking up a couple ladies on, yeah,
Alright, thank you.
helping
guys.
these guys. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Where you been, Hawaii?
I work outside. I still wear my bag.
So what?
Every day.
You wear it that I work out.
Do you wear long sleeves? No.
But I've been down in the shade, the redwoods lately.
I'm working, it's every backyard on the coast. It's like a- But I know, so I've been sent to the dermatologist twice in the last year by my wife.
The OT.
But everything's good.
Overtaken.
So then you have to
Slathered in sunscreen.
consider joining the committee.
It's cool. It's plenty of work. There's plenty of work.
I realize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It really works. The system works, I guess.
Thank you.
You can make a sign that says Kate's my
It'll be fun. We're gonna get this going. Yeah. I mean, when you're the first one. Oh, yeah, it's a big thing. I built that one 2 doors down, so you got single window, 2 doors down from that. And I know that she's got both of those lots. She's 150 wide, and she goes back to 35 by 165.
Like it's hard to make those decisions.
There's a couple of
Yeah.
She's right.
Good luck.
The new things I appreciate.
Especially with the neighbors.
Maybe that's what it's working. Alright, well, I'll leave you guys.
That's what happens when you make those decisions. Yeah, I know. I mean, this is. Yeah, I really like it. It's way more. And I just sit there. So you'll know. All right, I'm out here. Okay, take care, man. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got 2 more.
You should.
Yeah, I think the last one is on. No, the one more.
Yeah. Last one, you gotta write happening.
Ready for the second one? Okay.
Good luck. Thank you.
Okay, next, we'll move on to agenda item number 2. So Mark Din, at the community representative, would you like to introduce the project by reading the project description in the agenda?
Sure, so this is, project number 2, the owner is Elizabeth Lacasia, and sorry if I butchered your name. Applicant is also Elizabeth Lacasia, file number is PLN 2021-00478, and this is in Granada at 779 San Carlos Avenue. This is for the consideration of a design review permit recommendation for major modification to a project recommended for approval at the CDRC meeting on February 9th, 2023, for the construction of a new 2,187 square foot, formerly 1,808 square foot, 3-story single-family residence with an attached 371 square foot garage and 795 square foot accessory dwelling unit on a legal 7,070 square foot parcel. Recorded certificate of compliance PLN 2020-00448. This is associated with a hearing level coastal development permit, CDP, and variance. Variance is required to allow a front yard setback of 3.3 feet, where 20 feet is required in the S17 zoning district, due to the site location within the Montecito riparian corridor and associated 30-foot riparian setback. Wetland setbacks are not met, and the applicant seeks a reduction in the minimum 100 feet setback. The project includes minor grading and no tree removal. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. The ADU is a ministerial project that does not require review by the CDRC. An initial study negative declaration has been made available for public review at the San Mateo County website. The Planning Commission will make a decision on the IS/ND, the DR, the CDP, and variance at a public hearing at a later date. The project is appealable to the California Coastal Commission. The application is deemed complete on July 31st, 2024. The project planner is Camille Leon.
Thank you. And I don't know if the applicant's representative is here. If so, would you like to come forward and speak to the design elements of the project? Thank you.
How you doing today?
Good.
Good, thank you. Well, some good paperwork. Thank you for considering our project today. A couple things I want to mention.
Could you just state your name?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, my name is Jason Silva. I'm with Hawk Design Consulting. This is Mike Berger. He's with Hawk Design Consulting. And we're representing the Casias on their home at 7. So at 779 St. Carlos Avenue. It's basically a 3-story home. And what I wanted to mention is there was a lot of concerns about the project that I've heard about and read about, and I understand a lot of the concerns, and I wanted to address those today first, if that's okay. If you look at the site map, number 1, regarding riparian corridor, right there, we are outside of the 30-foot riparian setback for the footprint. We did flag the property, and in order to flag the property, it represented some of the decks and some of the overhangs of the upper story level, but we are outside of the 30-foot setback. And then so I want to make that clear, because I think there was some confusion when you look at the property, whether or not it's actually in the setbacks, and we are not building into the setbacks.
You're cantilevering into it.
We're cantilevering, correct. Is there daylight playing into setbacks? Is there a requirement for that?
For riparian zone, I don't know.
Not the riparian, it's a either or, you know,
Yes, so
daylight
there-
lane or articulation.
Yeah, okay, so there's no, yeah, so we're not, right, we have no structure going into, but we will be overshadowing the riparian. So we don't have, so there'll be some daylight restrictions on that, right? Based on our build. So
Well,
when
they
it had,
don't apply to the riparian setback, they only apply to this things.
got it, that's what I was, yeah. So we are, in fact, just to be clear, we're building outside of the 30-foot riparian setback. We do have cantilevers that go in to that setback. But we are not going to actually be, yeah, and that's that. That's the first level. And the home itself is, I know there's another question. I think the home itself is 208. We're at 1697 square feet. So we're actually less square footage as far as the living area goes, but we did add the ADU. So the ADU is 791. And there was some question of whether that was a conflict. I saw that some notes whether that was a conflict to add that. It sounds like we can cross that bridge when we get to it. And the garage is 371 square feet. So the home itself, we changed it quite a bit from the original design. We actually made it so that the home would complement the other homes in the area with gable roofs. We have a natural stone finish to the property, to the exterior. We did a ton of articulation, all sides. Very challenging lot because of the riparian corridor and because of all the setbacks that we had to meet. We met all the height restrictions. We have some viewing decks and we have a 2-car garage with parking. So we're able to fit all that in that little sliver of area that was buildable according to the requirements that we were given. So that is accomplished there. I know there was some questions regarding wetlands. And I first want to say that, is there any documentation here saying that this property is wetlands? Did Foothill provide any of that documentation? Because they said there was documentation that this was what I read. So documented wetlands entirely covered with wetlands or riparian vegetation buffer. And it says documented wetlands. Do we have any of that formal evidence?
No, it has not been recently surveyed. It was,
Okay.
and I've never seen about one.
Okay, so the reason why I say that is because that sounds like we have to do a study for that, in which no one's ever had to do that in that corridor at all.
Well, the approach that the property owner is taking is that there isn't a wetlands report, but they're agreeing that a wetland could be there.
Who's agreeing with that?
Yeah.
Our own?
No,
Well, no, this is the approach that we agreed upon.
well,
Well, do you mind if I finish what I'm saying? Okay. Thank you.
that wasn't an agreement, that
No,
was.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I think you'll like how we approach this.
Okay.
Because this is what we had discussed before. So let me just finish what I'm saying.
Okay, but.
Because this is to the advantage of the project.
Okay, the whole reason why that agreement was made was because my husband was literally dying and he wanted to get an approval. And you said, even though we did not agree with that assessment, that would expedite things.
It would still expedite things. If you let me finish what I'm saying, then maybe you'd understand what I'm saying. Because I'm not sure that you do that. Okay, so there's no documented wetlands, as far as I know, but what we had discussed, which is, I'm just saying a fact, we had discussed it. And that he had agreed to it with our director, and we've made our position known to the coastal commission. And we can change this all up, but then it'll take a different route, you know? Is that there's an acknowledgement that there could be wetlands. The wetlands would have a 100-foot setback. However, the variance is to go into the 100, part of the variance is to go into the 100-foot setback to allow this to just meet the riparian setback, which it does. Minus the cantilever. So, based on, basically a takings argument that the property could not be developed in a manner consistent, or practical for home construction, without this variance and without this sort of, workaround. So, you know, we can totally change the approach if that's not what you like, but this allows you to build where you want to build. And we can get a wetlands report, but that would, you know, we have to go back to the biologist and we have to revise the negative declaration if that's the way you want to go.
Back to the project.
Yeah, so my understanding is, based on what I see here, and the project 771, the house right next door to it had established no evidence of wetlands on St. Carlos Avenue, only had a 20-foot buffer, so they built their home, you know, up to the 20-foot buffer. And if their home is 5 feet from this property, how could this property be in a wetland? So it sounds like it's not, but I understand that you're saying today that we have a way of building this property per the envelope we given with the right form. Okay. And so we don't have to do that?
That's right.
Okay, so we don't have to do the wetland report. Okay, well, that's kind of good news. Okay, so, that being,
That was my first question, by the way, during the question period, so it's been addressed.
yeah, okay. We just
If
want you
that's
to,
what the owner chooses to continue with.
like, the whole idea is not to disturb the owner, so we're just trying to move through it and get through the questions. I'm just kidding. We had several different biologists look at the property. They actually did find any wetlands. They concur with the established riparian corridor setbacks that we have today. So I'm praying that our cantilevers are not an issue because the property at 771 cantilevers N is in the adjacent property has in 2014 did decks on their property and they were able to go into that area with cantilevers. So other than that, that is my presentation. Any questions on the exteriors?
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I'm sorry.
No, I heard.
And
You're making me
we'll
hungry.
move it into.
I don't have any, I'm curious, public's, I'm a public's comment first. It's our question time though. Oh,
Yeah, sorry,
okay.
question time.
Sorry, let's
We
see.
can do it in the discussion.
Yeah, do you have any questions?
Yeah, well, the wetlands one was addressed. Really, the second question I had was, this project came in front of the design review committee a couple times, and I know it's been a long and probably very laborious process. I am curious about coming back. Well, there was a lot of questions and challenges about how tall and big the property is, and it got approval. And so I'm curious about the reasons behind coming back for approval with a property that has more square footage overall. Like, is it just, what were some of the design,
Well,
what are you trying to accomplish with the redesign?
so in all honesty, I'm here at the fourth quarter because the original designer passed away, the owner of the property. So that's one reason. I'm looking at it through a different lens here. I saw that the property wasn't inaccurate to the area except for a home several houses down, flat roof, shed roofs. I knew that that was a question early on in the past reports that I read. So we wanted to make the home more compatible to the neighborhood, more like a village setting. And I think we accomplished that with the architecture. The other thing is we had a conditional approval, but we had to cut off a big part of the house because of the riparian corridor. The way it was established, that corner, it wrapped around that corner. So we had to take a big part of the home off on that corner in the front of the elevation. So in order to squeeze all that over and try to have it function, we went ahead and redesigned it that way. So that was one of the reasons why we redesigned it. We added the ADU because I think the ADU is a great idea. When they passed the SB 1069 bill, it was passed, the declaration was passed because they know that second dwellings add value to the homeless issue. And so we wanted to support that and provide that for our owners so that they can have the opportunity to help out with housing. So it's more of a housing service element that we added to the project, which I don't think anybody would contend, seeing how we need housing. We need housing everywhere. And our community especially typically supports that additional housing and affordable housing. So adding additional rentals to the housing stock, the law found that that was an essential component of the housing supply in California. So we added that component to it, hopefully encouraging the community with our project. So we added that. So we actually reduced the size of the dwelling from 1808 down to 1697 in order to allow for an ADU to provide that housing service. So that's why we did that. So the three things were we wanted to add the ADU. Second thing was we wanted to be vernacular to the area and support the other homes in the area as far as design goes. The little village setting that it has at the end of that quiet court. And the third reason was because we were limited due to we had a change in design due to the riparian switching back across the road that was brought to my attention. So that was the main reason for the redesign.
That's all the questions I had.
I have a question for Emil, I think, I guess. Our building sections and roof plans, oh, we got a roof plan. Is the building section a requirement?
Where's the building section?
That's what I'm asking.
If you feel it's necessary, you can require it. I believe a roof plan is required.
I see.
Did in fact do 3D renderings, which wasn't, I don't know if it was provided before, but we had 3D renderings that really give you a great idea of what the home will look like. It's through Revit, it's a pretty high powered program, very accurate. So that gives you a great idea of what the homes will look like in all elevations. So from the street, side view and the rear.
Perhaps what the commenter was talking about, and we can wait for the public comments, but there is the wood walkway is in the square.
It's actually above it though, so we are not touching the earth there. We are actually, that part of the reason why we did that in wood was so that we wouldn't touch the earth in the riparian.
But it's in it. I mean, it's on it.
It's not on the riparian dirt itself, but it's over it. Yeah, it's over that area. But that's the third station. We are hanging over the riparian. So but that's the third station, but we are not.
Well, any vegetation under the home would die.
Yeah.
Probably. I don't think anything can kill them. But we're outside of the riparian. We're in the buffer zone there, and we're in the 20. We're between the 20 and 30 foot arena, and there is a language that we can be in that area, but if there's limitations to the lot, which we have, we're doing.
Public comment? Open it up to public comment.
Yeah, okay. We're now opening up public comments for item number 2. So the public correspondence for this project was received prior to the meeting and uploaded on the county's website. So just confirming that CDRC members received it, okay? So for those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the back wall near the door. Please provide me with your speaker slips if you haven't done so already. And for those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on any agenda item. And for those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. And when you hear your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number called, I will prompt you to come up to the front or unmute your account and inform you that you may begin speaking. And I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. And for those joining by phone, pressing *6 will unmute and mute your microphone. And again, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less. So with that, I will call the first speaker form, Richard Klein.
Hi, Richard Klein, 771 St. Carlos, directly next door, richk.com. There were 2 key points that I made in my written response, and I wanted to really give you an opportunity to push back on that or whatever. The first is in terms of the 30-foot buffer, okay? I like to trust but verify, and I measured from the willow trees, which is, I understand it, are the Oriole willows define the edge of the riparian zone. 30 feet from those in the front of the house, you end up in the middle of the house, not at the edge, but right smack in the middle, which means that there's about a 10 to 15 foot of the house as currently proposed that's actually within that buffer zone. I gave you photographic evidence in my, and I'm happy to show you on site how it's pretty obvious.
You're just taking it from the edge of vegetation?
From the edge of the Oriole willows.
It has to actually have a percentage cover in order to count as we have a delineated.
It's a Oriole willow canopy.
Okay.
It's pure, you
I've
know.
asked the applicant for an updated biologist letter prior to a decision on the main deck. So we're just making a recommendation here today on the design review permit, but prior to the planning commission where they'll review the negative declaration, we will need a letter from the biologist, which I asked you for, that will confirm or disconfirm, whatever.
Sure.
Not agree with the, say that the site conditions are either the same or changed from the last time the biologist looked at the site, which I think was about like 2 years ago.
It was a while ago.
So-
But if you just,
So if it's changed, but this is based on the 2022, it might have changed, but it really hasn't changed much over time, but we could be wrong.
I can't,
So,
I didn't
no
do
one's gonna
that
have an
survey.
answer
I
for
can't
you
tell you whether it
today.
was right 2 years ago.
Okay,
All I know is that it's obviously incorrect today.
okay.
So that's issue number one, is I think half the house is currently within that 30%.
And I just want to address that. When we design the home, we have liability. So we're not going to allow the home to be built outside or inside of that riparian corridor without, or the setback, without having it established by a surveyor, biologist, everybody on site, pinpointing exactly where we're going to put this building.
Yeah,
And I promise you,
this was turned down last time because I pointed out that your own plans internally were inconsistent and showed that there was a big chunk in the buffer zone.
and then, sir, that wasn't my plans.
Jason, let's give Rich time for his public comment and we can.
So I want to
Sure,
assure you.
so that's the first point, which I think is really critical. The second point is this cantilevering. You mentioned our deck in 2014 when we moved in. And we had to, redo that because it was falling. It was literally, kids fell through the deck. We applied to the county, we thought, hey, you got a great view, let's extend it. The county told us, no, you have to stay 50 feet away from the riparian zone. And so that was denied, even though it would have been cantilever.
And 2 stories up above the ground.
And 2 stories up, the county told us, no, there's a 50-foot limit. We couldn't justify the 30-foot because we already had a house on it, right? So the 50-foot limit applied and we couldn't go an inch past it, even though it was 2 stories up in the air. What I'm hearing right now about cantilevering being okay, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but it directly contradicts what the county told us when we applied for the permit, which was denied, to extend the deck further out.
In this instance, they're asking for a variance, so they're not saying that they're fully compliant, which they're not with wetlands or, the wetlands, I mean, the wetlands. They acknowledge that there's a portion into the
And we
setback.
were denied variance, even at the 50-foot level.
Every
Right? He said
project
it
is-
was 20.
I mean, I would say every project is different with different rationale. You may have had a bigger building envelope than they have. I don't know, but because they are so constrained, that kind of provides a hardship. But we're, and it's also what you kind of are more insistent on proposing. So it's like, we have to present what's proposed. We can't sort of pre-deny anything. If they insist on having this in the proposal, we keep it in the proposal, but we analyze it and we say whether we're for it or against it.
I understood.
So every project's a little different that way.
I just want to get it out there that my experience directly contradicts what you're talking about. And walking in the street in front of the place is obviously closer than 30 feet to the solid royal willows that.
Thanks, Richard.
All right, thank you. 3 minutes are up. And just for orderliness of the meeting, we'll go through and receive all the public comments. And then once we receive all the public comments, then we'll have an opportunity for the applicant or for a response to the comments. Okay, so next speaker request form received from David Allen.
Hi, David Allen, 736 San Carlos, directly uphill from the proposed site. I think Rich had a few more points to make, but so I'll try to get into that I think are important. The first one has to do with the height of the building. It's 3 stories. All of the other buildings on that street, especially on that side of the street, are 2 stories. I attached a picture to my written comment, you can see it towers over the neighboring house, which is house, by a solid story. And that means that anyone who's uphill, you know, now this is the main thing that we see from our window. So in terms of fitting into the neighborhood, it's a story taller than anything else. So I think that's a significant problem. And the second point that I wanted to make has to do with parking. So because of the variance in this, of the setback, their driveway is 3 feet long. Obviously, there won't be room to park a car there. The street is already narrow. It's, you guys, I'm sure you know, it's a little bit under standard of it's not a county road. It's narrow. The garbage trucks already can't turn around. And there have been times when delivery trucks actually can't reach their destination because of cars parked on the street. So because this is introducing 2 families with the ADU, and at least, you know, you could say 3 or 4 cars, the chances of them parking in the garage seem small. There's going to be, it's going to exacerbate the problem of parking on the street. So that limits delivery trucks, garbage trucks, fire trucks, and ambulances, hopefully we don't need. That I think those are 2 significant problems. Rich, were there other points that you wanted to make that I can use with my last minute? Okay, so I'll just make those 2 major points.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And we'll move on to the next speaker. Roel? Roel?
Well, I agree with everything that has been said before. Again, I would say the lot is unbuildable because I agree that it violates the riparian boundaries, even with the 30 feet setback. And this has been a point since 2005 when the first attempt was made to build on this. And the lot hasn't grown anything, so I don't understand why we are wasting our time to go through this again and again. Also, the house is way too massive. I mean, it overbears, especially Rich's house, but also everything else on the street. And because the rationale is, if we have only a small footprint, we have to go up. And that's just not fair to the neighbors in the area. I mean, you can just make a skyscraper when you have a small footprint. It doesn't fit in the neighborhood. Also, I think the house is really ugly. It's an architectural disaster, in my opinion. Okay, and it's way too messy. It's 3 stories. Okay, that's all I have to say. But this has been going on since 2005, and the first house that was made was really a beautiful house, but it didn't fit on the lot and it didn't fit in the area. It would have been good in another location. And what the owner at the time said is, if I cannot build this beautiful house, I'll make sure I'll build you an ugly looking house. And looks like that's being happening. So.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And we'll move on to the following speaker, Susanna.
Yes, I live at 730 San Carlos, and I have just 2 points first is a question for the design review committee and the architect. I'm assuming yes, but have you seen the lot with the story poles, any of it?
I drove by today.
Okay, and did you measure from the willows to to see the boundary in relation to the size of the house?
That would be trespassing, but.
Yes.
It's also not really a review, like, we can talk about it
Okay,
today,
so
and I
you're
think
not
it's,
allowed
I think
to
it's
measure,
fine,
okay.
but I don't.
We
I'm not allowed.
trespassed and have
There's
measured.
no need to trespass, you can measure right in the front of the lot.
Yeah, you can actually measure on the street.
The front is only 3 feet away from the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
My apologies.
Comment?
Have you seen, yeah,
This is design review for the building, for the house. The setbacks and the other constraints, that goes.
so if the building doesn't fit on the lot, that will be dealt with later, is what you're saying.
We can't weigh in on that.
Okay.
That's
Okay, so that was my first concern, because it's so evident.
That is correct.
And I'm hearing to the contrary, that it's fine. And the picture, of course, doesn't show the riparian area or anything, it just shows it on a flat meadow. It's a rendering that is totally out of context. The second thing that I wanted to say, and again, this probably doesn't have to do with you, but we're talking about hardship here. And I do appreciate the pain of losing a loved one that has happened to me recently. However, when this lot was sold, a lot of people came to see it because it was a good price. And two of the neighbors said it was a beautiful lot, you know, if only. But there's no way to build on this. And some neighbors chose to build on Paloma. They built a house on the corner of Bowman and Paloma. The other neighbor was hoping to build a small unit for his dad, a buildable, you know, an affordable unit. But he said, I can't build on that lot, even though it's very beautiful. So even though you're saying there's so much hardship associated with this lot, it was disclosed when it was sold. It was already known to everyone on the street, and it was disclosed by Mr. Roy to everyone who came to look at it. So that's all I wanted to say.
Great, thank you.
I'd just like 10-second clarification. I don't think we're claiming it's unbuildable. You could put a smaller house there, but that house is way too big to fit.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue with the last speaker request form. Elizabeth Lacasia?
Yes, may I have more than 3 minutes? It
Yes.
might take longer. I would like to address this lady's comment about the neighbor about the seller. First of all, if he had told us that, that would have been a material disclosure. He did not say anything about the property not being buildable. Matter of fact, my husband and I was at all the meetings, when we bought this property. We did a lot of research, went to the city, and made sure that there weren't any issues with it. We also asked him, were there any significant things that needed to be disclosed? He said no. We told him that we were going to build a house because my husband liked to sail and we wanted to move there and move there and retire when we retired. There was no indication of anything of that the lot was not buildable or anything like that. That has been misinformation, that one of many pieces of misinformation that has been told over and over all the years that we've owned this property. It is not true. I have the documents from the purchase of this property. None of this had been disclosed. We told the guys who bought the property from, we are going to build on this property. Is there anything that we need to know? And he said, no, I just cleared some grass, some bushes, because the fire department told me to, and the county came back and said, you know, there's an issue with this, we need to do some replanting. We did the replanting at that point, but none of that had been disclosed. So I just want to clear this up because there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of negativity toward both my husband, and I think, quite frankly, has been undeserved ever since 2004. So I'd like to read my comment, and most of it is because there's a letter by Green Foothills that is once again misrepresenting, significantly misrepresenting the information. So simply because someone makes an unverified as fact statement, even repeatedly, does not make it true. The following information is based upon objective, third-party assessments and are facts. I am speaking about this subject because a number of material misrepresentations have been submitted in writing both to the CDRC and to the members of the Coastal Commission, and I feel you all and the public record should be included in this counterpoint. Committee for Green Foothills continues to claim there are wetlands on the property at 779 San Carlos Avenue. However, all of the biological reports conducted for the property over the last 20 years have only documented upland habitat, which includes coastal scrub, invasive upland species, French broom, ice plant, and pampas grass, and riparian woodland. Vegetation community on the property has not changed since the original biological report was prepared by Tom Mahoney in 2004, where he concluded that the eastern side of the property was composed of invasive plants and coastal scrub, and the western side was composed of riparian corridor, consistent with the definition of riparian corridors in the LCP. A review of current Google Earth imagery and visiting the property confirms the fact. An approximation is that only a fifth of the property parcels lower northwest section has riparian woodland contained on it. The only thing that has changed are the recent claims by the Committee for Green Foothills that the Lacosia property is now apparently contains a wetland. And I quote, entirely covered with wetland / riparian vegetation / buffer, as quoted from recently submitted letter from Lenny Roberts as part of the submission to the CDRC agenda. This is not factual information. The neighboring lot at 771 San Carlos Avenue only was designed with only a 20-foot buffer from the willows and the Montecito riparian corridor. We understand that the San Mateo County has also granted and been approved a cantilever design on the west side of this structure of 771 San Carlos Avenue
Elizabeth,
that overhangs the buffer zone.
This portion, you were allowed to speak during the project presentation.
Okay.
And this is public comment period. I know we've allowed you to speak a little bit further. Are you going to be speaking on anything besides the environmental issues right now? Is there any other points you want to make?
Well, the reason why I'm bringing this up is that this has been put into the public record of this meeting. And I feel that it needs a counterpoint because otherwise the community is biased against this properly incorrectly.
Yeah, Elizabeth, you'll get a point too. You'll get an opportunity to make that point during our discussion phase. Because during that, you'll be participating in that.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, as a public comment, you won't be limited to 3 minutes after the public.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So with that, I have no other speaker request forms in person. We can turn to Zoom and see if there's any. So I do see one hand raised on Zoom. Tim, please receive the request, unmute your mic and state your name and please begin to speak.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
great. I want to understand, is this hearing about the space on the ground or the appropriateness of the house? It seems like there's been a little bit of bouncing around on this.
The design review committee is strictly reviewing the design review aspects of the project.
Great. Well, the house does not fit with the neighborhood. I think that's very, very obvious. Like you can just see the story poles from the middle of the road when the house is at the end of the road. Like that, do you need much more than that? Like it's ginormous. It certainly doesn't fit with the houses around it. I am very concerned about what it means to the fire hydrant that's there, which is obviously there for a reason of safety. And if there are going to be two families living right there, people don't typically use their driveways to park their cars. Their friends come around, all of that stuff. How are we going to make sure that it's always safe for everybody else's houses in the neighborhood? I'm genuinely perplexed that this is even a conversation to be had, because like common sense feels very clearly defined to me that like the design of the house doesn't fit the space. And I'm all for having another neighbor. That's really not a problem. I really wish that Elizabeth had actually approached us as a person and that we weren't going through this phase and that we could have had a decent conversation about it. But like, this project's bizarre. That's all I got. Thank you.
Tim, can you state your name and address if you feel comfortable?
Yeah, Tim Emot Torres, 754 San Carlos.
Thank you. I see another hand raised through Zoom, Elizabeth Torres. Please state your name, address, and email address for the records.
Hi, yes, I'm Elizabeth Torres, 754 San Carlos Avenue, and my email address is ELITORRES89@gmail.com.
Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to kind of reiterate a little bit of a couple of the points that my neighbors have made, but specifically how this house sticks out from the other of the other houses in the neighborhood. If you see the picture of the comments that we submitted, you can see how the house towers over everything that's around it, be it wildlife, be it the other houses, and it covers most of our views. And I understand that views are not protected, but there is also a sense of community that is built within our street that just by building such a massive house is disregarding the fact that we are in a neighborly community that looks out for each other, and just presenting a house that is such a sore thumb in the street kind of talks about just a complete disregard for what it is that San Carlos Avenue community represents. So I really want, and I really encourage the committee today to look at the plans and to really compare the size and structure, and to take into consideration that it is kind of the damage to the landscape that this house is doing by the sheer size of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I've now called upon all raised hands for speaking on this item. So for those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item? Kathleen Klein? I saw the hand go down. Kathleen, would you like to speak, or was that by accident? Okay, I assume it was by accident.
I'm pretty sure she wants to speak.
So Kathleen, if you would like to speak, please click the raise hand icon. Okay. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Kathleen Klein, 771 San Carlos Avenue. Kathy R. Klein at hotmail.com.
Thank you.
And I just have a question. Well, I have two questions, actually. One is, does the last presentation of a house, there was additional parking on the side for the ADU. Is there going to be additional parking on the side of the house for ADU? And if so, that would have to cross over the entrance to go to that would have to cross over the turnaround. I just want to point that out because the turnaround begins basically at the end of the house. Second of all, I would like to point out that every year the 779 San Carlos lot is flooded. It drains into the lower lot on Balboa and into the creek. There is so much water coming out of the hill that the flooded area does not even go down in volume for days, even though it is constantly flowing out. And you see the water moving nonstop, but it never goes down. It stays the flooded level. And it can remain that way for days or even up to a week. And this is in the very back of the lot. And over the years, the Balboa neighbors below at 779 San Carlos have dug trenches right down the middle of their lot to try to keep the flooding from the above lot. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. One year, we watched 3 men dig a waist-high trench at the bottom of 779 San Carlos Avenue, going across the back of the lot, the entire lot, from our backyard fence to the creek. And that waist-high trench filled up completely to the top, and it was filled for days, even though it was flowing constantly into the creek. it never left that high level. And it then stayed full at a lower level for a few weeks. So it's a lot of water. And there are now PVC pipes going through the lower Balboa Avenue lot below 779. And when it's rainy season, those PVC pipes have the water just shooting out onto the ditch by Balboa. And then weeks after the rainy season, there's just a constant draining of water. And those PVC pipes go the length of the Balboa Avenue lot below 779. And with the building of this house, my concern is all of this water, not all of it, but a lot of it is going to be redirected with the house sitting here. And it's going to be redirected into our house or under our house, or into our backyard or under our backyard. And it's going to be resulting in flooding, and it's going to possibly be resulting in landslides, because the lot on Balboa obviously is lower than us, but also the house on the other side of us is, their backyard is lower than ours. And if our house, our yard gets concentrated with water, we could very easily have a landslide into our next door neighbor's lot. So
Okay,
I'm very
Kathleen,
concerned.
thank you. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I just would hope something's being done. I'd like to know what will be done to protect us.
Okay, thank you. So I have no additional speaker request forms in person. I don't see any additional hands raised through Zoom. If there's anyone else on Zoom that would like to provide public comment, I'll provide a few additional seconds. Please use the raise hand feature. And as a reminder for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Kathleen, you've already spoken. So seeing that there are no raised hands for new speakers, Chair, please indicate if you would like to close the public comment.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we'll now limit discussion to the owner, the applicant, and the CDRC members.
Time as well, I mean, there's due process here, right?
Yeah. Just to address right off the bat, the riparian corridor, it's not really in our purview. We can talk about it, but it doesn't really affect what's going to happen with the review of it. For the purpose of our review, we should just review what has been proposed as a building, and the appropriate departments will handle the riparian review, and I'm sure it'll be thorough, and the concerns that you guys have will be addressed.
Yeah, and to that point, we're sorry to cut you off, but to that point, yeah, there is a, you know, an initial study, negative declaration report that will, like the planning commission, will need to make a decision on. So that's, you know, your opportunity, community, to discuss those items as well.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about that? Does that get mailed to us, or do we find that on, how do we know when
There's a link on the agenda, it's online.
But it's not there now, right?
It is.
Oh, it is.
About a future meeting, I mean, for the.
The
this item
negative, the
goes-
negative declaration, that's the ISMD, right?
It's posted,
Yeah.
there's a link on the agenda. The
Okay.
planning commission hearing date is unset because
But
it
it has
depends on
been
this
posted,
year.
okay.
Cool. Okay.
There's no date.
In terms of the building, I have a few comments. I think, just to keep on the topic for a little bit, one little comment is, the footings at the ground level, given where the building is at the moment, will have to be towed in inboard. And I think we can make that a whatever.
Is this due to the going in there,
if the footings are typical spread footings, they're gonna go into the setback or into the, yeah. the setback.
Riparian zone setback. Okay.
Further down. So that's the comments. The,
So just to be clear, Moshe, so we're looking at making a condition that the footings will have to remain within the riparian zone setback.
yeah, just no footings in setback.
No, okay.
And then right off the top, I don't see a building section. And I think it would have been really helpful to understand the buildup. Especially because we are so massive here. I think understanding what floor, ceiling floor, space areas to reduce would be really helpful.
It does have ceiling heights, floor heights, and dimensions on the elevation showing those different heights.
Along with that would be really helpful section through some of that cantilever deck. So I will make that comment, and then the big comment in terms of the design, I think, is that the garage is really prominent.
The garage is prominent?
It's like, you know, it's the only thing really sitting on the street. And I understand why that is due to the setback in the street, but I think that some improvements could be made there.
Any suggestions on that?
Yeah, I think the garage massing could be reduced quite a bit.
So originally we were gonna put a deck above the garage, matching many of the homes in Arvada. Would that be something that you?
It would help, for sure.
Put a deck above the garage?
Yeah. A material change on the entry side could help to sort of invite you in a little bit.
The stucco is a cement color stucco, so it's gonna be plaster, cement plaster. So that's kind of, and then we're
You're
gonna
talking
have
about the walkway on the right side?
the walkway.
Yeah, because it's a long walkway that takes you back, so.
Yeah.
Would you like a bigger window there?
At the entry door?
The long entry there.
I think decreasing that run for the walkway would be very advantageous.
Fortunately, can't because we can't go in the riparian, so that's the limit from the riparian. We actually cannot. And we wanted to bring the frontage up. Yeah, but then we get into riparian because you only have enough room.
Yeah.
What happens in riparian goes like this.
It
like this.
narrows.
Yeah, I understand.
You have the floor.
I just think there's some room in the floor plan.
See how limited I am? So, and if we have a 2-car garage, there's no way to move, there's no other place to put the entry.
Yeah.
So we were really limited.
Well, could that, since that wood walkway is floating and doesn't, could that wood walkway be more, could it be wider?
Yeah, I think the garage could get narrower.
I don't know if it could be wider because then we're in our setback even more.
Yeah,
So
and the
let me just
garage
show
is
you.
pretty much at the end of the wood. It's at 18 and 7/8.
So our setback goes like this, this 30-foot
Yeah,
setback.
I get it. So the wood walkway is already in that setback.
The wood walkway is floating over it.
Yeah, so if it goes out.
I know, I would love to, but we don't want to disturb too much. We don't want to be too much into that setback. I was, Camille was already commenting on this hanging over the little bit of setback we had.
Yeah.
So our understanding, reviewing the project, Camille, is that it's staying within the riparian zone setback. So is that walkway in the setback or not in the setback?
Do you see how like the red lines are not extended?
Yeah.
If you extend it, it's clearly within.
Okay, so it's not extended, so can you make that wider?
He would be encroaching further. And so
Yeah.
we're trying to minimize encroachments. There was a suggestion perhaps to cover the walkway.
Yeah, and I don't mean, you wanted to, did that address your reducing the?
Well,
garage?
so what I'm seeing here is, I'm seeing let's move on, because I can, the other comment that I have is just that the scale of the massing is kind of what we see as defined as not this throughout the design guidelines.
Is there,
at one point, yeah, that elevation.
if you look at the building right here out your window, it's very similar as far as height and width and massing, many of those homes in the there. So we added articulation by adding those two fireplaces here.
I understand that. I think the house does do a pretty good job from the front. Like when I went to the story pools, I liked the very gable. I think that works really well with the houses around. But
we're talking about this massing here.
When I see that elevation, the giant flat face, 3 stories high is.
Yeah,
Yeah, then if we go to the.
That one to the right.
So this one we have this here for articulation, this here.
I guess, I'm just saying, that's not enough. There's gotta be some more articulation there. For the guidelines.
What are the guidelines? How much area does it tell you percentage wise of articulation you need on a mass?
So guidelines unlike zoning regulations are not as prescriptive about what they say. So articulation can be accomplished through breaking the plane, as well as changing colors, as well as changing elevations as well. So we don't have any number per se, but what I want to say about this particular review is, at least I looked at the previously approved project, and I emailed it to you, but it looks like this, which, you know, articulation wise, I know this is like a battle, I think Katie was in this one as well, but, you know, it just seemed like we went backwards. We went like to more square footage and we went to less articulation. So that was my big concerns, and I know that ADU is, you know, not something that we're doing.
What's the other side look like? What's this side elevation look like in those pictures? I think that was.
Yeah, like this, looks kind of more like so it's articulated, or sorry, it drops down on both sides. This one doesn't drop down at all on the backside. You end up with like almost a 3-story height view, and it felt like we were going backwards. You know,
That is because the additional constraint of the area.
I think.
Yeah.
I think
So it got approved here, then it went for further review, and then they kind of chopped off.
Then they took a bunch of square footage away from us that we, by cutting off.
Can you describe where they cut off here?
I can show. If you, where on the building?
On the approved plans.
Yeah, if you go to the site plan, it's easier to show.
Oh. I emailed it to you. Lisa.
Okay. I can try
I'm the
to.
project manager. But,
I just think there's a lot you could do even without reducing the square footage there. That's gonna help that phase.
Do you? So what you have here,
Is this correct?
all that area there, yes, this whole area here, got to get pretty much all of that. All of that got taken away. So here at the front door, see this here? All of this, pretty much this whole slice right here. So, yeah, so it left us with just 3 feet here.
Yeah.
But further back. But I think if we add, like you said, if we add the deck to the front, that would probably help. So we can do that. The back, when you look at it, on that one elevation doesn't show much step down, but when you look at the back, there is some articulation that shows some stepping down. We can look at the back elevation of our project. So if we go here, you can see there's a deck here that's shown here, and then there's this little point that comes out. And this is actually not a flat wall here. This has a bit of an angle in it. The angle continues through, and then we have this here. So it adds a lot. This side here is very difficult because that's the side we're slapped up against for
5 foot setback.
For 5 foot setback. So, but we do get a lot of articulation here.
Yeah, I
And
agree
here,
with that.
I mean, we can do this in stone, we can do this in stone, if that helps, and we can actually, part of the design is, kind of like the San Pedro project, which got approved. It's all stucco, 3 stories, kind of very contemporary. So this is actually a modern look, but has gables and things like that to match the neighborhood. But we can do something here with wood or something here with wood.
Yeah, I also think some kind of horizontal band.
We can do
at the base.
We can do a wood band right here that
The
goes.
ADU wall is a different color.
So see this right here? This is the same elevation as this. We can do a band of wood all the way around that way.
I think that would help.
And that would do, and we could do this in wood and that in wood.
Yeah.
But I think if we do that,
This is between floors, actually, or just for.
Oh.
There's a.
The full wall.
Full wall, yeah.
so wood from here basically down.
Yeah.
That's not, I think it will look great. I think we can figure that out. Yeah, we're up for that. And then we're up for the front deck. And the other conversation, Tim had regarding his home at 754 San Carlos. When we were up in the boom, we actually shot a laser to get other elevations of homes. And the elevation of the front of his home, which is across from our home, is the same height as the rear of this home. So
Yeah,
he's
I
up
don't,
34.
and Mark got mad and everything, I don't really, I think the height's
Okay, the height's okay. I don't.
Well, yeah, so to me, like, the give up, you know, if you give up on height, then you're gonna have to push out to the riparian zone. And to me, it's sort of like, we gotta give them options, right, to build. And to me, either you're gonna go out, which it seems like we can, or you're gonna go up. That's just the reality of it, you know? And they're within the zoning heights there. And in fact, that's a pretty steep slope, and I think, you know, yeah, I don't even know if it gets to the point of, I guess I just think it could potentially be higher too.
Well, I like your ideas, and I think that's something I can add to the project.
But yeah, I think those pop-outs need to be a different material too.
Well, the pop-outs, I really kind of want to address that back left corner there, just, you know, where in that picture, just, that's just such a solid.
I have a question for you.
wall, like,
What if we did this all from this corner to this corner in a different material? Given this area its own distinction, separate from this.
Yeah, I think it helps to break up the massing. I'm just trying to figure out how that's gonna work on that backside facing, I think the neighbor's name is Rich, but he's not.
So it's funny, it's interesting you say that, because we brought the building is so far back that their kitchen window, we story pulling it, and we had the boom out there, because we need a boom. They had great views, we're set back, they really don't look into much of this at all. Their home extends out to here, and their kitchen window is right about here where you get a view.
Yeah, I'm reacting more to the three-storyness of that back portion. Like, this could, please correct me if this makes the design really kind of janky, but you know, like, could that be like a sort of gable or hip roof or something that shaves off some of that corner there without, you know, reducing square footage?
You mean this corner here?
The top.
The top, yeah. Like that, yeah, right there.
Yeah, I mean.
What's the plate height there?
That's 8 foot here, the plate height. So, I mean, without making it super choppy like some of the stuff we're seeing these days, the thing is, less is kind of more on a small skinny house like this. The more stuff we add to it's gonna call out more of the narrowness and the restrictions that we have.
I'm just reacting to like the previously approved plans have that whole backside, you know, and I get that.
You know what, we get another lot, we'll build that one for you. We get another lot, because that won't work on this lot.
Fair enough,
We
fair
tried
enough.
that.
But there's just so much talked about.
I know,
massing
I
and,
know.
like, reducing it down and like fire truck pull out, you can't, you know, turn around a truck.
Yeah, actually, that design affects that conversation more with the fire turnaround and more massing at the front foot of the property. We reduced the front foot of the property about 25%, 20 foot back, because we took the whole edge of that area off. So fire ever came in and wanted to do a turnaround, they're gonna have more area to do that.
Okay, I personally, I'd be more sympathetic because of the total overall square footage was within the envelope like we have previously proposed, but it got bigger.
Well, because we had the ADU. So my question to you
get that.
is, if we
It's
took,
not required to be rented out or, you know, and we're not even reviewing that part of it. We're
Right.
just reviewing the building that.
so this is a question he had, and we felt, if you felt that the square footage was alarming, we could take out, we would still have this lower level, of course, it'd be basement, because this is the first level, second level. But we could take out the ADU, but it's not gonna change it massively much, because we got squeezed into that corner.
Do you mind pointing out what area of this building is the ADU?
The ADU is this guy right here.
Oh, it's the lower.
And it's, yeah, it's this guy right here.
Okay, so it's really, I mean, I think we're focusing really on the top.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm all for adding housing stock and.
Yeah, I'm
we're
gonna say
not-
the same thing I did with Katie. Let's let them like come, like kind
Don't
of
be
like complete their
prescriptive.
thought, complete the discussion, and then we can.
I
see
just
if
want to
it's-
have the dialogue. I want to let you know, we're open to making some changes that would help. I build a lot of homes. I just did one in Half Bay. It's been acknowledged. It's one of the nicer homes in the area. We do beautiful homes. I know it's hard to see on this, but the materials that she's using and the natural wood that we're using, the windows, and I see a lot of choppy homes being approved on the coast. I just think this one's a little bit more fluid than the rest of them. And I think with the finishes that we're putting on, it's really gonna add to the neighborhood as far as how nice this property is gonna look. This home, I wanna build it simply because it's gonna be very unique, not just because we were.
Jason, it's already 3:30. We're half an hour behind schedule. Do you mind if they just finish their,
Sure.
we understand what you're saying.
Well, it's part of the discussion. So like, these are the materials that were used prior. You know, there's wood, there's, you know, I don't know if that's considered choppy, there's brick and stuff. This one just got flat. And, just color wise, it just feels a lot less accessible. There's articulation, I'll.
Yeah.
There's gable roofs, you guys have. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
appreciate.
you want more than one color, is what you're saying?
Yeah. If we can't play with the building massing, then we're gonna need another material. I think 3 is not good, I think that's gonna be too busy, but I think adding another material on the facade is gonna help a lot for the feeling of how large this thing is. So I think that's a good condition.
Yeah, and we talked about it previously, that band, you know, changing the material.
And the top house.
And the pop house. And, yeah, I just. Okay, in the interest of time, I mean, I wish there could be something to be done about that corner, that back corner there. That's just. Also in terms of overall shape,
I agree, I think that's a condition too. And I don't think we can come up with
yeah, how do we work that, or is that something?
I have
that-
is this something that you want? I think your job is to decide whether this is something you can be like prescriptive, just change X, Y, and Z and it'll all be fine, or we wanna see how it's all gonna come together again and fit together. And
Yeah, I'm afraid of the condition that, because it feels like it has to be worked on, like you said.
Do you wanna see it again is the question? Like, especially if you don't know exactly how they're gonna address that corner.
What corner are you referring to, I'm sorry?
The upper, yeah, right.
The
where you
high
see-
top.
Because that's not like stepping with the landscape, that's in fact going the opposite direction, right? Because that's down slope, it's just.
You know, guys, this is a situation where I understand completely what you're referring to. In most cases, absolutely. We are in a sliver there. The house is going from 22 feet in the front to like 10 feet in the back to 0 at that corner, just to meet setback, just to meet the setbacks we're doing. So if we step the top down, yeah, that's what I think will look good. Does that help? I think that helps, and that's just on that one side. I think if we do the same thing on the other side.
What did you just do? I'm sure is that just adding.
That's just like to look at it as a.
Two-story house.
Like we
Being drawn.
block that out with a different material,
Oh, gotcha.
like that's the face now. And then we have a little change of material here, we have a change of material here. I think that's okay, without getting too much in the weeds on what was proposed before. That's looking okay to me for the side of the house.
Okay. And I'll try to wrap it up, but I get you there, I just don't know how that can't be achievable when we've added 300 square feet. I just don't know how that's achievable when the originally approved project was 1,800 square feet, this one's with the ADUs.
It's bigger.
Yeah, so it's like, it just feels like there's ways to have it, have them present a different design that I think you guys are close in terms of dealing with the riparian zone. I feel like not close enough.
With all due respect, we've met every single requirement for height, width, setback, we've done, and it sounds like we have the strictest requirements on this lot, particularly that I've worked on a long time. And in the spirit of compromise, we built the best product we can in order to allow for a 1,600 square foot home, and now it has to reduce the square footage. It seems unreasonable to me personally, and I would never ever say that because I appreciate you guys' input. But and I don't think this is getting honest. I like the idea of adding the texture below. That was something we actually talked about before. But we were going for a more monolithic kind of modern design, and blending that with the roofs in the neighborhood. But I think going back and trying to make the structure smaller, like the height, and we've met the height restrictions. I see 7, 8 homes right there that are taller than this, sitting on the hillside. We got bigger restrictions than they do.
Jason, I think we've heard I think just in the interest of time, we've heard what you had to say about that.
No, I can appreciate the complexities of building on this spot. It seems extremely challenging. Do you want to make a motion?
Can I make comments yet, or is that, he may do it afterwards?
I guess.
I think you have to ask him if he wants to take a vote.
Yeah, would you like to take a, I'm sorry, at this point, after you've heard all our discussions and our things that we like, things we don't like, that we're trying to follow within the guideline, would you like us to take a vote?
Please.
Okay, sure.
Do you want to make the motion? Because
So just to be clear, Jason, your options are take a vote or seek a continuance based on the comments already discussed.
Who's like you?
I'll let you determine it.
If it's a split vote, it's a no action taken.
I'm gonna take the vote and put our lives in your hands because it's been years. One of the comments here was that this project's languishing. She lost her husband. It's been a very emotional project. And, many of us in this room have lost loved ones, and this was his dream. So we're doing everything. We're trying to do everything we can within the requirements. So I would say go ahead and put in your hands as far as the vote goes.
Okay.
We need a motion.
do we need to make a motion?
Sure.
Okay, so the motion is to move forward with the recommendation for design review permit with the condition of changing the materials on the level 1 and I guess the ADU level to, did you say wood material or just a different material?
The wood would be nice.
Okay.
I don't think you can condition the ADU.
Oh, sorry, okay, the first floor level.
No, that's the ADU.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, then the
main
ground level, where the entrance is, so the level above the ADU.
Oh, okay.
To a wood material. And let's see, I think that's the only condition.
So with that, I will do the roll call. So Mark Din?
No.
Moshe Porter?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a no action item, is that
Right.
correct? Okay. So would you like to go over options for the applicant? or
So I think you can come back and get a positive recommendation, making the changes as discussed, or you can go forward to the planning commission with a no action from this PRC.
So this doesn't stop your project necessarily, you can move it forward with the planning commission, that's my understanding, right? It's just that the planning commission knows that we have a decision.
Which is difficult because they don't really have the design expertise. And the neighbors are likely to say the same things that they said today.
But I think sounds like if you guys do want to come back, you have a good idea of what we'd like to see.
Exactly.
They would like that.
Well, you don't have to say no.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
can
saying,
think about it, let me know, tell me when
We'll make those
you're ready with those plans.
I would like to say, since I was told I could say something. Every parcel along the Montecito riparian corridor has been allowed buffer zones based upon the riparian corridor requirements in the LCP, section 7.7 through 7.13. And the creek that supports the Montecito riparian corridor is over 100 feet north of the Lacasia property boundary. However, the Lacasia property is being held to a different standard by the county because of false claims of the neighbors and committing for green foothills. We're being held to a 30-foot setback, whereas everyone else has been able to get variance for 20 and 25 feet. Ours is the only one that is having to meet this more prescriptive setback.
Again, welcome to revise the project at 20 and you can come back.
Well, we've already had that conversation.
Exactly, so we're just evaluating the proposal at hand, which is at 30.
The county committee for green foothills and the neighbors have no evidence that there are wetlands on the property, but this misinformation continues to be repeated in various forms. The county has even included a language repeating this falsehood in the agenda announcement for today's meeting, stating wetland setbacks are not met and the applicant seeks a reduction in the minimum 100-foot setback. There have been no wetlands established on this site, and this language should not be included currently because it is rather premature at this point and biases both you and the Coastal Commission and quite frankly, the county. I think that if that hadn't been such an issue, I think that we wouldn't have been held to such a prescriptive 30-foot setback. So I ask you to keep that in mind because our property, from when we first started and we submitted a number of plans, have been much larger. And the reason why this particular submission was larger was that we included the ADU. So please take that into consideration when you're thinking about, oh, it's larger than the last project. The last project did not include the ADU. So we're really constrained here. We're trying to accommodate as best as we possibly can and design something that fits in with the neighborhood and at the same time allows me to build the house that I have the right to build on the property that we bought over 20 years ago. So we are really trying to be reasonable here. We have met over and over again the request for endangered species studies, you know, the riparian assessment plants, we've done replanting. We have done so many studies on this property and every negative assertion that has been made, we have proved to be incorrect. And yet there's a huge bias against our property, and I really don't understand why, because the county itself defined this as a buildable lot, and we have both water and sewer options. So when we bought this,
I'm open to discussing this with you, but this is one, not their purview, and two, the discussion for this item is actually over. And we're on to the next item, and most of what you have to say is really more directed towards me, so that we can have that conversation at a different time. There's no reason to hold up the third item that's already 45 minutes late.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 3.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So item number 3, James Bennington, as the community representative, would you like to introduce the project by reading the project description of the agenda?
Sure. Okay, this is this project for owner EAUL LLC, applicant Karen Williams and Paul McGregor, file number 2014-00490. Location is 15th Street and East Avenue in Montero. Assessor parcel number is 037-015-090. So, consideration of a design review permit and staff level grading permit to allow the construction of a new 2,653 square foot, 3-story, single-family residence. Includes a 625-foot attached garage and a 772 square foot detached accessory dwelling unit. Legal 6,000 square foot parcel, recorded certificate of compliance, Plan 214-0490. Project includes the removal of 13 significant trees, 300 cubic yards of cut, and 135 yards of fill. The property will be accessed 290-foot long roadway extension from 14th Street. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make recommendations regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. The ADU is a ministerial project that does not require review by the CDRC. The initial study mitigated negative declaration has been made available for public review. Planning staff will make a decision on the drive and grading permits at a later date. Project is not appealable to the coastal commission. August 20th. Project planner Olivia Booth.
Thank you for that, and we do have the applicant's representative here, if you would like to.
Well, I believe my architect may be on
Okay.
Zoom right now,
Okay,
so if she would like to speak. Karen, there's a little bit of Karen in all of this.
Karen Wilkins?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Karen, you have been given permission to speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay. Right, I'm the architect for this project. My client is Paul McGregor. And as the introduction description noted, this is the 3-story house. 1900 East Street in Montana. And
Could you speak up just a little?
Karen, I believe they're having a hard time hearing you. If you can speak a little bit louder.
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, it's a contemporary coastal style residence, and with a detached ADU approximately, and I'm not sure, I didn't hear that in the introduction, but it's a 771 square foot ADU detached in the rear. So that's pretty much my introduction. If you have got any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. And is there any questions from the committee members for the applicant or the representative?
Yeah. You know, I looked through this. You want to say something first?
Go ahead.
All right. So the only thing I had this exact picture and the following page, which is D3-0. All right, so in the architect's rendering, can you go back to the photo, please? Thanks. In the architect's rendering, you can see that there's no railing for those stairs coming down to the drive. And so, code requires either a handrail along the wall. It could be, actually, or it could be outside. Down on the outside. So those are the only negatives I see with this design. It's a beautiful design.
I have a couple of questions. One, are there any other renderings available for us today?
You should have two Sims.
Two renderings, and just to clarify, were any of them posted at the site? Because I drove by just before the meeting and didn't see any, so.
I know there's a demonstration of scale that is posted.
It's not on that. There should be two other Sims pictures that came in.
There was no demonstration of scale posted.
There are two Sims that should be in there.
When I drove by.
I was only asked to post the property, not the Sims. So if that's the case, then it needs to be spelled out when I post.
I told
You know,
I told you verbally.
Well, besides that, it's a policy there.
I mean, I'm just asking to clarify, and it sounds like,
I said, we literally had a conversation. You have to do it very soon and it's gonna be faster circles. And he says, no, I can get it done by the end of the day. Or you said something like that.
No, it was posted.
it sounds like the demonstration of scale poster was not posted 10 days before.
Well, I want to confirm that it was posted. Was
And it wasn't posted at all.
The demonstration of scale, so this demonstration of scale was posted in terms that was posted and then, but it was.
Is it the red?
That's not a post, that's not a demonstration of
Please
scale.
scroll down. So is that what's in that board?
I posted that.
Okay.
I personally put that up there.
Yeah, but is there a demonstration of scale?
No, there is not. I was not asked to do that at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so maybe there was some misinterpretation right here, but there is Sims showing the neighbor's house on 14th and this house, and that should be amongst your file. I've sent it numerous times.
Oh, so you
There's some
sent it
simulations.
instead of putting it at the site. I see.
I did what I was asked to do.
Okay, there's miscommunication.
Okay, that was my question.
And I can pull it up for you on my iPad if it makes it easier for everybody.
I have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have the Sims with the other house?
I have it. And
I also wanted to clarify on behalf of staff that there was a question that was raised by the public in terms of the number of days, and it was staff's error, not the applicant's. It's supposed to be posted 10 days prior to the hearing, and it was staff's error. It was posted 8 days.
from my understanding, the demonstration of scale was never posted.
Well, she's talking about the item
The notice
notice.
of design.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me add to that if I may. All the neighbors will obviously notice within 300 feet of this project, so they were aware of what was coming on versus just the posting on the property. So that's, to me, that's really not an excuse.
And then, do we have materials as part of this rendering, or are we just? I don't see any materials called out with manufacturers.
I have
specifications.
A27 is my materials sheet, and I call out the paint colors and the exterior products.
827. I don't have A27.
A2-7.
Yeah, I don't have that.
A27 to D30.
Okay, that's all for my clarifying questions. Can we move on to public comment?
Okay,
I can add to the materials list if you need help with that.
Sure, when we go back to
Okay.
the discussion.
okay, we're now opening public comment for item number 3. So public correspondence for this project received prior to the meeting has been uploaded to the county's website and provided to the CDRC, just confirming that was received. So for those attending this meeting in person, I see none. The speaker slips are on the black, but for those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on any agenda item. And for those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. So when you hear your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number called, I will prompt you to unmute your account and inform you that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. And again, for those joining by phone, pressing *6 will unmute or mute your microphone. So I do not have any speaker request forms in person, so going to Zoom. I see several hands raised. So first number ending in 5978. Please begin by stating your name, address, email address for the record.
I think it's, I forgot the command, like for phone people to.
*6. Number ending in 5978, *6 will mute and unmute your phone.
Oh,
I do see it's been unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, please state your name, address, and email address for the record. Thank you.
Yes, I'm M. Veronica Muller, 370 14th Street, Montara.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and provide your comments.
Right. Just a short comment. I believe there are very many issues regarding this project. And we, the residents of Montara, have not been given, well, we've been given much too short notice regarding information on the project. And I think we need more time to assess and address the issues. It's a very consequential project because of its location. And I do ask the committee to allow more time for the residents, particularly the ones close to the project affected, to address this and look into the situation more fully. We just haven't had time to do this. I have just arrived back from a week's trip a few days ago and got this notice. So I would ask the committee to extend the process so that we can look into this further.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, next, John Q. Please unmute your microphone and please start by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is John Kakunda. My address is 360 14th Street, Montara, and my email address is jkakunda@gmail.com.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. I am going to echo Ms. Muller's concerns. I want to make it known that the neighbors here have not been given sufficient notice. This proposal actually came before the same design review board 4 years and 2 days ago. It was September 10th, 2020. And then there was nothing. Everything was quiet until 7 days ago when I received notice that this was going to happen. There are other neighbors who have not received any notice, including one who's only 20 feet away from the property. But I did try to learn something from the notice. And if you were to look at your agenda under number 3, there is a link that you have on there, https www.smc.gov planning mitigated negative declaration McGregor residence and driveway. If you were to type that into your browser, it takes you to a bunch of documents that are from 2020 and previous. There are no documents that have been provided to anyone on the new proposals. I understand, like, for example, if you click on notice of intent, it brings up, I'm just looking at it right now, I'll read it from the website, construction of a new 3-story, 3,152 square foot residence on a 625 square foot attached garage on a 60-foot covered porch, nothing related to an ADU, and different square footage from my understanding of what's being proposed now, even though I'm not sure what's being proposed, and I don't think anyone does know, because we don't have access to it even through the notice that came to us in the mail. In addition to that, I also want to point out that what was posted at the property was not put there until 7 days ago. That was supposed to be posted 10 days ago. Now, this proposed project is going to have significant impacts on the neighbors and on the community. Not only is it going to be taking out dozens of trees, including 15 significant trees, but it's going to turn the street from a cul-de-sac into a throughway, thereby affecting everyone on the block. Without proper notification and time for us to review this, not just in the spirit of the law, but the letter of the law as well, we're not equipped to be able to provide any informed feedback. So I am asking kindly for a deferment of this review to a future date. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next speaker, Brian Jessup. Please unmute and begin by stating your name, your address, and your email address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Brian Jessup. I'm at 387 14th Street. That's just across the street from this proposed development. I'd just first echo John's concerns that I haven't really had time to review the plans. I didn't get a notice for this hearing. I just heard about it from John. And obviously I live well within the 300 feet. But it seems to me that to build a new road and a new intersection for a new house to stand alone on its own little street on a quarter of a parcel that kind of is supposed to be on 14th Street is clearly out of character and out of scope with our community. I think we really need more time to review these plans. I think this is going to have a dramatic impact on us, on our property, on the character of our street. The trees that are going to be removed are some of the most important natural landmarks on that street, especially the heritage cypress on Larry's property that would be affected. So I think it's just really important that we have the time to really digest the new information, especially given that there hasn't been movement on this in almost exactly 4 years, as John alluded to. So let's not rush this. It's really important to the neighbors who live here, and we need to be given a fair chance to review the information. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next, Alan Laurie Hafner. Please unmute yourself and begin by stating your name, your address, and email address for the record. I do see that you are unmuted, but we do not hear you. Can you hear us? We can come back to you. What we have here? Okay, we'll come back to you. So next speaker, Tom Carey. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record. Tom, you are unmuted, but we do not hear you. Can you hear us? So Tom, we will come back to you as well. So next speaker, Patricia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Lin. My address is 380 14th Street. My email is patriciaylin@yahoo.com. My property is about 20 feet away from the proposed project. And to this day, the Lin household has not received the county notice. I only learned about this hearing through my neighbors, and that was only about 3 or 4 days ago. From what I understand, there really has been a lot of documents attached to this, and they seem to be quite outdated in terms of the scope and the description. So I'd like to request for the committee to postpone this hearing and please provide sufficient time and current documents to show us what exactly is being proposed on the project, so we could have adequate time to review and formulate our comments. This project has been going on for several years, and we have not heard anything since the hearing about 4 years ago. This project is potentially a very significant negative impact to our street. And I'm just very, very disappointed that we're still talking about bulldozing at least 18 to 20 very significant, and these trees are over 75 years old and they're in good health. We'll be losing 2 or more tons of carbon emission sequestration. So just that one house can be built in the current state of extreme climate change. And it just seems really wrong. And it's really the wrong path for the community. I have more concerns about the proposed height, a question about the FAR, setbacks, and the drainage. The project is way too massive for the size of the parcel. And many elements of what's been described is contrary to the LCP and really will essentially destroy the privacy in the surrounding neighborhood. Another element about this Paper Street, East Street, as I understand it, the law governing Paper Street in the Seneca County and California does not allow this property or this street to be used solely for private benefit without the consent of the adjoining property owners. At this moment, none of us consent. So please, the committee, please defer this hearing until you could provide the committee and all of us adequate time to review the current documents so we can give you meaningful feedback. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So let's try again. Alan Laurie Hafner. You are unmuted, but we do not hear your audio. We'll wait a couple more seconds just to see if you can fix the audio on your end. Okay, we'll move on. We'll try once again also, Tom Carey.
Can I put him on the phone since he can't get through?
Yes.
Well, you can't get through, so I'm gonna put you over here.
I got *6.
They can't hear you.
Well, I switched off the computer. I'm on the phone now.
All right, well, then you're on the phone, you're talking with the GRC committee.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello, Tom Carey.
Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
What's your address, please?
114 Magellan Avenue, Half Moon Bay, California.
Thank you.
The reason I am at this meeting is that I received a notice from the county about this particular home being built on the street. I have several parcels not on that street, but on 13th and other areas of Montero. I reviewed the project, at least from my point of view. I'm 100% for the project. I believe it enhances the value of the street, the area. And I liked what I saw when I viewed to the outline of the home and the ADU, which we do need more housing of, those type of small little structures to bring people that can live here like their fathers, their sons, and their daughters. But that's my view, and I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
When did you get your notice, please?
I got this notice. Oh, it's a regular notice from the county when they send out notices when you have a hearing.
Do you remember how long ago it was?
I get notices about twice a month on different items on the Coastside Design Review. As I got a notice on the hearing that you had before you.
He's not a neighbor though. He owns property on that street. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is John Kakunda. Can I just ask a quick question on how is it that Mr. Carey was able to even see what the proposal was if the link in the notice doesn't even take you to it? I imagine that he is probably friends with Mr. McGregor, and I don't blame him for calling in. He's working on behalf of his friend. That's fine. I want to just invite the members of the committee to please consider walking the property when you get a chance. It's astounding when you're actually on it how impactful this is going to be. It's not something you can see by looking at site maps or aerial views. It is an incredibly large project for a single house. So please, if you have the time, just take a few minutes to walk it. I think you'll see things from a very different perspective on the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John.
We just wanted to clarify that, yes, there's a link. There's several links on the agenda, one for the Zoom meeting, one for the you know, in the item itself, there's a link to the neg deck, which yes, has outdated plans, but the neg deck was published in 2020, I believe. There's also a link, if you look under the agenda and meeting materials section, on the second to the last page, for a website with all the the materials for this meeting, including the agenda and plans, demonstration of scale, and public correspondence for every item on the CBRC meeting. That's standard for our agendas. So it sounds like maybe people didn't find that link, but the link is included in the agenda.
Thank you, Camille. So that is the last hand raised on Zoom. We'll wait a couple seconds in case there's anybody else that would like to speak on this item that hasn't spoken yet. And again, as a reminder for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Phone number ending in 0835, please unmute and begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record. Phone number ending in 0835, we do see you are unmuted, but we do not hear your audio. Can you hear us? We'll give you a few more seconds to try to work the audio issue out on your end.
There's still opportunity, since we're not having a connection here, to.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Ah, it's a miracle. All right, Alan and Lori Hafner, 377 14th Street.
Thank you.
Email alanhaff@pacbell.net. So as I said, I'm at 377 14th Street. I'm across the street from the proposed project. And as a number of the neighbors have said, our biggest concern is that we need time to digest what's going on here, because the notice on the street went up approximately September 5th, which was less than 10 days in advance. And with the Labor Day weekend, our mail is only received by a PO box, and those were not received 10 days in advance. So we're all sort of scurrying around trying to find out what's happening and what's changed. Some of the biggest concerns, as you've heard before, is there are major changes to our street and the trees, not just the building of the house itself. But there's a narrow streets being proposed to become a driveway to this house. We don't know if there's sufficient turnaround for fire or any other kind of emergency. The UPS truck can barely turn around on the street as it is. And we're concerned that, you know, it doesn't pose a safety hazard to us, in addition to just building a home. So we would like the time, 1 month till October, to try and digest what's being proposed here so we can have reasonable comments.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? I believe every number and name I see on Zoom has already spoken. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chair. Please indicate if you would like to close the public comment.
Yes.
Okay, public comment is closed. So now we'll limit the discussion to the committee members, the representatives.
Do you want to start?
What do you think about, go ahead, you start. You sure? Yeah.
All right. So I think, you know, we start every meeting discussing demonstration scale and why we have it. It's to notify the public.
It's not to notify the public. There's a notice poster and a mailed notice to notify the public. The demonstration scale is not to notify. It's to demonstrate how the proposed design is either compatible or not compatible with adjoining structures.
Mhm. Mhm. It's to eliminate confusion. And I think what we're seeing today is a complete, in my opinion, a complete failure to demonstrate scale or material. And I just don't have enough information to approve the project at this point. I'm happy to stop there, Jim. I think other than that, the project is beautiful. Like, I can't comment on its context, but I do think it's a very beautiful building, and I have confidence in the architect to come back with the correct requirements, but I don't have enough to approve the project.
Did we find the demonstration? I just want to make sure that you're referencing the proper, because it took us a little while to find the demonstration of scale that was posted on the website.
Is this it?
Is that it?
That's one of them, yeah, there's two.
So can we at least show that so that everyone knows that it was done and that you've at least taken a look at it?
That's one of two pictures, two sims. So that's not it.
I found the photos that I think are it was two sent photos you had emailed, Paul?
Louis, it's a different attachment. It's the, are you in the right?
Demonstration of scale is only showing the posting.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, that's
Refresh that page.
Oh, I see.
There's a photo rendition.
Oh, I see.
Just pop that. That's.
That's without all the trees, obviously.
So, Mark, I kind of agree with what you're saying in terms of being, sympathetic to the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
But also what I'm looking at, and you and I have both stated it, it's a beautiful property.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe what we could do to help the owner and the architect is give them our background or our conditions for the building itself.
Sure.
And then go with the rest, because most of the concerns that we're hearing from the neighbors have to do with street. You get the tree removal.
Yeah.
Things change. That's how it is when houses get built.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so maybe we can talk, what do you think? Does that sound reasonable to you? To talk about this and.
Does to me.
All right.
Was there a second demonstration of scale? I just want to make sure that the CRC has viewed both. Thank you.
Was it also, Paul, also the photos of the two houses?
One more time?
Was it also the photos of the two houses this one?
No.
Different?
You don't put that in.
Okay, so it was, okay. I just wanna
Was
make
there
sure.
another one or is this just this
Well,
one?
there was another one that I believe was more up the road a little, showing, the height between the existing home.
So they're both kind of 3D renderings.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're simulations.
Can we find the second one? Maybe while they discuss, and then you guys can make a separate, just make a clear finding regarding demonstration of scale since that's such a hot topic.
So demonstration of scale on this particular property, it's been dropped down in height because of flat roof and so forth. It's on a slope setting. The previous home would have been okay, but the neighbors contested, so we came back and we did this one. This is the third rendition. I hired a licensed architect to do this. We kept it down as low as possibly as we could. But if we were allowed to do the first rendition, which was done by Ann Gustin, there is something in the policy that allows if a house is at a certain pitch or angle, 15 degrees or more, that you're allowed to build up a little different height, which didn't happen. So this is where we got, and this is where we're at right now. So this house has been brought down in height. It's over average on all four corners, it's less than 28 feet. And you can see the uphill side is probably about 14, 16, downhill corners are much taller. We built it into the hillside. As far as the trees go, if you look at the arborist report, the majority of those trees on the property are dead and dying. To try to put up story poles in the position of those trees right there, you're playing with their life because there's widowmakers coming off, branches that are falling, and they're pretty bad.
Yeah, in terms of the design, I think I'll go back to what I said before. I would love to have seen some materials today that are represented in the rendering. I think one thing that the house that the road bends around does really successfully is it's really dark, so it blends in the tree canopies really nicely. And I think a rendering that shows the tree conditions a little more accurately would help, along with maybe a material or color change on the face of the building. That's a suggestion. I think that would just make me like the design even more, but at the moment, like you said, Jim, I like it. I like the thin profile of the roof. I like the entry prominence. I really like the ADU design. I know we're not talking about the ADU, but if anything, like if the house could look more like the ADU, I think it'd be a benefit. I think the only elevation that I think might need a little bit of reconsideration, because I think you're gonna have the time, is the back elevation with the bay window. I don't really understand why that's there. Sort of random, I think. Just adding some other adding articulation on the northwest elevation that isn't a bay window would be nice. And I think that's it.
The only other thing I noticed, you know, in this photo, it shows the lights pushing the light down, but then at the same time, those lights along the side of the garage and at the ADU, they're clear lamps that are gonna blow light into your eyes. Can you shield those? So that would be.
They could be taken out too, or we could put, pagoda lights and stuff like that.
Something that'll just, won't put the light in people's eyes as they're walking or driving up to the entry. And then of course the railing for the stairs. Those are the only two that I'm concerned with. And I believe the code for that is on the following page, E3A. No, you know what it is.
Okay.
So, you know, if you have all the information in terms of what we'd like or what we're recommending. So now let's make sure we're clear on what recommendations are and what requirements are. So from my perspective, the lights and the rails in the front are a requirement.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they're
And
gonna have to
then
be.
any of the other things of yours that you want to make a requirement?
Yeah, so lights, railing. Required for me is providing specifications. And so that's garage door, lights, wall material. We need to know.
Yeah, I was gonna say to the point, sorry.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Like, so just project planners, this is a complete application, because there's no material sheet, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that.
And a big part of what we review is materials, colors, and palette, that type of stuff. So is this like what not that I'm voting, but I agree that this is it's a really nice design. It's very large, but for that location, I understand why you would do that.
May I comment?
Yeah, sure.
So obviously in this location, this isn't a WUI area, wildland urban interface. So the stone, hardy plank siding and so forth to achieve WUI, let alone with the windows and stuff like that. So the whole exterior is hardy plank, horizontal siding, and then a hardy panels up above with wood trim around the windows and so
Yeah,
forth.
it's just kind of being able to review that. You know, I thank you for that verbally. It's just for us, we're reviewing a plan set.
No, nobody has deemed it WUI, but I will build it WUI.
Yeah. Yeah, that just in addition to that, just something that we like to out is the demonstration of scale policy. I think it applies to this project, but it renderings and kind of but they're not they don't meet the policy. Like they're perspective, there's supposed to be two-dimensional drawings or 4-story
Yeah.
floors. So just.
I'll send you
I
them, I'll
realize
send you them.
Send me an example, and so in this particular situation, this house pretty much sits on its own. And there's only one house behind it, which would be on 14th Street, that you could actually see the level difference. This sits below the level of the house in front of it, and especially with the slope also. And then behind it, there is a, I don't know if it's an ADU or an in-law unit, which would be the next house over. So at some point in time, whoever built that particular property, probably removed a lot of cypress trees and so forth to put that unit in. I don't know if it's legal, illegal, I don't know. It's like one or two houses down, just directly behind the house.
I think before we wrap up, one more thing. So if we're talking about recommendations, it seems like, or from the plans, it looks like that road that is the driveway is gonna wrap around the neighbor's property. And you don't have to come to the next meeting without working it out with that neighbor, but I think working something out there with.
Wait a minute,
It's
wait
the
a minute.
right of way.
That's a public right of way.
That's not our purview. That's-
Plus, it's in the public right of way. It doesn't cross over private property. They don't need the property owners'
Sure, that's,
concurrence.
but you don't need to do it.
Well, may I add,
I
that Public Works has reviewed this numerous times.
Wait, can he state
I'm
what he's
sorry, I'm
asking,
sorry.
what, to clarify? I'm sorry.
I'm not asking for a change of plan.
No, are you under the understanding that are you thinking that it's going over private property, that it needs to
No,
get some
not
neighbor
immediately.
approval?
No.
Okay, because it's just staying within the right of way.
I
So-
understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it seems like it's a sensitive subject with the neighbors, so from like a neighborly perspective, I think it would go a long way to talk about that.
I think Olivia wanted to clarify that it was vehicular access was approved by fire. So from a safety, I think a lot of them mentioned.
Not concerned about it, safety-wise. I think it worked, like, looks fine to me.
Yeah,
I just,
I mean, DPW is really the authority on that, so it meets the safety requirements of the county.
Yeah, so it's a suggestion.
yeah,
For two.
That was
just
helpful
talk about it.
suggestion. All right, you're gonna have to help me write this up.
So, as far as the road goes, Public Works and Fire were both involved. At one point, there was a turnaround on East Street. And then the lady from Public Works came out and she wanted 14th to go to East and she wanted to go both ways. All right, so which gives Public Works what they wanted and it gives Fire what they wanted, because now they have a hammerhead turnaround and it's safer for the neighborhood. To be able to get in, get through. Yeah,
I just think it's a
There's a
saying
long
that,
history on this
saying that to
project.
the neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
A long way.
So let's try to wrap up our recommendations or suggestions, and then let's make a plan. Here's my take on the plan. Is, evidently there's been some kind of a mix-up with the notifications.
Things happen.
And so you've got time now to come back to us with the changes that we've asked for. And I think maybe what we need to do is accommodate the neighbors in terms of the recommendation time. So my suggestion would be, or my suggestion for this is to have you go ahead and work on those things for the next meeting. And they're gonna be approved, conditionally approved. So then all you have to do is make changes for the project. And then as far as the drawing, then we give the folks a chance to come in here and talk about that. And look at it. Does that sound reasonable to you, Josh?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna do a little write-up or are we just?
I think we're gonna have to,
I think you're gonna have to.
we're gonna have to work this a little bit.
So we'll provide you a markup of what we
Yeah,
talked
certainly.
about today.
Yeah, you know, it's not that hard. I mean, let's review our conditions with these two so that they'll know what exactly it is that we want. So we want the lights changed, the railing, and what were other conditions for approval?
Well, we need the materials and that, I think is it.
Okay.
Bay window.
Bay window, yeah, that should be a requirement to work out something on that north.
Okay, lights, no lights,
Driveway lights,
yeah, for the driveway. Railing for the entry.
Try to keep lighting minimal, and task oriented.
Then change the bay to what were we gonna do with the bay? We're gonna extend it down?
I have confidence in the architect to work something else out, but some other articulation on the northwest.
Articulation besides bay.
Yeah.
can you pull up that area on the plans, please?
Which section are you looking for?
The back kitchen area.
822.
There is a bay window.
Oh, the left elevation.
Right.
So what are you thinking right there versus a bay window? You want some kind of projection right there?
Projection would be nice, but just something that works more with the architecture of the home.
So like the other
Like
side.
square corners and stuff like that.
Like a wall protection.
Right, like what you got on the other side of the house.
Are we able to project that out a couple of feet since the bay window is probably at that point in time?
The bay window is probably like 2-ish, right?
It's probably 18 inches, 2 feet, yeah, so I'm thinking more of a square type setup with a shed roof on it.
Okay. All
Is it
right.
in the setback? You can
That's
project
what I
2
was-
feet into a setback.
Yeah, that's what, I don't know, I
Okay.
need to look up what the.
Yeah.
2 feet. All right, so the conditions I've got here are the driveway lights, the railing for the entry, the articulation besides the bay window, which will be a square box coming down about 2 feet out. Is there anything else that's a condition? And do you have any suggestions? Material. Well, there's some
Suggestion would be to
conditions for materials too, right?
A materials list and
Okay.
age or whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it. You mentioned the driveway, are you talking about driveway lights?
Yeah, just the lights.
Okay.
I'll read this out, my notes out when we're done.
A suggestion would be to just incorporate some of the design aesthetic from the ADU into the main house.
Well, I see the stone, I see the projections, entry projections, stuff like that. It does look very similar, especially on this.
It works. I think it
southeast
works.
elevation.
I just think, you
It's
know.
only a suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe some more hardy plank on the ADU?
Actually.
No, I think the other way around.
Okay, so you want more, okay.
Oh,
More of
yes,
ADU.
or make the house more like the ADU?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Less hard.
Well, I don't know if we want to go back and redo the house.
No.
Let's look at, any suggestions for making the ADU look more like that.
In my eyes, I would
You
say,
can't-
oh, I'm sorry, I'm
can't-
talking
You
again.
can't talk about the ADU.
Okay, so let's remove the suggestions about the ADU, all right?
No,
It's
no,
actually
They're all
a suggestion of the
recommendations,
house.
I guess.
it's a comment
It's like
about
an
the
example,
house
right?
to
Okay.
look more like the ADU.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
just-
suggested
for
design
example.
makes closer to ADU, okay. All right, so here's what I've got as far as what we want from the builder is, we want down lights for the driveway, railing of some type for the entry. You've got 2 options there. Articulation besides the bay is a square box, 2 feet, and a materials list. So that's our recommendations for approval, right? Okay, so, and then as far as, today's meeting, we're asking for continuance so that the neighbors can have an option to look at everything and make sure that they're happy. And, you know, it's not gonna change any of this.
And I just want to clarify, it's not for the neighbors' convenience or for them to have extra time. It's because the demonstration of scale and materials were not
Demonstration of scale,
displayed.
and scale not displayed. That's a good way to put it. And what was the other? Demonstration not displayed in the materials list.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why you're coming back. Those 2 items.
And if you want to be on the next month's agenda, you have to submit a week from tomorrow, no later.
So by the 19th,
Yeah.
and when is the
Well, was
next
that
meeting? What's the next date?
October 10th.
And you'll supply me with what you're expecting for
The debt.
Sims,
Yeah, I'm sending it to her.
and based upon the Sims that were given.
I think the policy that she'll send you
Okay.
just has like very specifics about
Kind of like the last one that Tim did for me.
Yeah, that was better.
It's real beauty.
Now, we may not have these conditions all written up for you by the night.
Well, I thought I'd get them by midnight at least.
No, but you know what they are.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
Absolutely. I take notes.
good.
Well-
I've got my notes here. I mean,
Per the first item on the agenda, we have, because we're shooting for the Monday after the hearings to get the decisions out, we need findings literally almost within 24 hours. That
Oh,
makes
okay.
sense.
well, you're gonna.
Because
all you
now we're
got-
on it, now the appeal starts, not that this item is appealable, this item is not,
Right.
because one, there's no action being taken.
All right,
but,
so- Help me with the codes for these items and then we'll write it up tomorrow. Write it up. You got my email? All right, let's work on that and see what we can knock out as quickly as we can.
Okay, do you want me to write it? I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Just write it up, send it over. If we like it, we're done.
Yeah.
Do you want my email address so I can get it too? What's the change?
Olivia's gonna send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys send it to Olivia, her email's on the agenda, and then Olivia will send it to me.
Okay, and it's my understanding no vote is needed on a continuance.
Or just- Did you requested, you requested it.
I'll let it move forward. I mean, I'll do what you ask and let the neighbors have their day in court, shall we say?
Yeah, well,
Did I
no,
say that correctly?
they're, they have some legitimate concerns,
That's okay.
and we'll try to meet them, and at the same time, we'll try to meet your needs. And so that's the best we can do, that's our job. So, we all good here?
Good job, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so that's the last item on the agenda. Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, and I'll go through and do a roll call. Mark's gone. Moshe Porter,
Yes.
Mark Den,
yes.
and James Bender.
Yes.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your help.
Gee.
Yeah.
Thanks for staying on.